Hello. What's up, everybody? What's up, 10 bucks? What's up, Drama? What's up, RGZ? What's up, Rasta? What's up, Unkthar? Scratch, Kookabear, Warren, Fear the Dawn, Shazar, Foolish Flames, Colette, Rikazor. You guys are doing well on this Wednesday? Hold on. Wednesday, October 23rd, 2024. My perception of time is all over the place, but yeah. Hope everyone's good. What's up, Bishless? Yeah, Unkthar. That's a good album. I actually hadn't I haven't been listening to that album a lot recently. Like, it had been a long time since I last listened to it. And yesterday, for some reason, I thought about it again, and I was like, hell yeah, let's put on some Russian Circles again. That was Russian Circles Pupilak. I'm not sure how you're supposed to pronounce the name, but it's the first song of their latest album, Gnosis. If you check for the first song of their last album, you'll find it. Russian Circles, great band. They don't have a bad album. I recommend all of it. What's up, Brywood? How are you doing today? Yeah. Also, for you music nerds, well, you musically oriented people that enjoy the same sort of music as I do, Envy released a new album this month, which I wasn't aware of. I just found out yesterday. I only listened to it once. It seems pretty good. Seems very much what you would expect from them, but the rotisserie chicken card was here. I could go for a rotisserie chicken right now. I wouldn't mind that at all. That sounds pretty good. But yeah, I hope everyone's all right. I'm doing all right myself. I'm struggling to get proper sleep lately. Again today I went to bed at a reasonable hour, but like 5 hours later I was just up, and I couldn't sleep again. Maybe even less than 5 hours. I don't know. I can't get a full night of sleep anymore. I think it's because I've been getting too used to having naps after the stream. And now, even though yesterday I only napped for like a short hour, I can't get, I can't get into the sort of rhythm anymore. So I don't know how I'm going to fix that. But one thing's for sure. Tonight after stream, I'm going to be napping. I'm tired as fuck. I want to play some Street Fighter later in the night. Get my ass to Diamond. I'm pretty close to it. God damn it. What's up, Naz? Naps are dangerous. Naps are amazing, but yes, they're obviously, they can potentially be what the fuck? Hold on. There we go. What's up, Captain Dax? How are you doing today? Yeah, Guidance is a really great album. A short nap for me is 2-3 hours. Yeah, I mean that's usually what I get these days. I try to get like a 3-hour nap after. Well, I don't try. I did for a few weeks now. Every day after stream, 3 hours of nap. And I was trying to fix that yesterday by only getting a little hour early on, so I could then, stay up and go to bed when I need it. And I went to bed when I needed. I fell asleep very quickly, very well, but just woke up after 4.5 hours. So. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, $10. I don't know. Maybe I'll fix that over the weekend by just being tired for a day or something. I don't know. So unless anything changes, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna take Friday off, at least this week. Friday and Saturday are gonna be off this week, I'm pretty sure. Unless anything changes, I'll let you guys know tomorrow, but I have a feeling, I don't know, it's just like, I'm just guesstimating based on like the sort of pacing of the narrative and the numbers you can see in the game and all that. I'm thinking between today and tomorrow we should finish the game. Hopefully. And then, well, not hopefully, I mean, I'm not impatient to finish it, but I'm thinking I would like to finish the game tomorrow, ideally. So then on Sunday we can start the next one. Are you being consistent with when you nap? More or less, yeah. Yeah. I usually finish the stream, eat something, lay in bed, put on some fucking political commentary in the background and fall asleep to that, because for some reason that puts me to sleep. I don't know. That's been my routine lately. Any one of you have experience with electric flossers? You know, those water picks or whatever, water flossers? I've been considering getting one. Yes, yes, they're great. What's up, Zulu? I miss having one. Recommend? Okay, all right. Yeah, which one do you have? Well, all of you. The one I was looking at, obviously, I know like Waterpik is like a pretty well-known brand, but I was also looking at the Philips Power Flosser, I think it's called. Which the reviews seem pretty good, so it's a bit cheaper and more accessible here. Yeah, $10. Yeah, I don't know. I'm one of these people that I don't mind manually flossing. In fact, I actually enjoy it, which is weird. But I'm too lazy to do it every day. Which I know is terrible. So I floss like, I don't know, 3 times a week, I would say, roughly. Like every couple days, right? I try to get it done every couple days. And I'm pretty lucky with my teeth for some reason. Like I can get away with it. Like every time I go to, you know, like the hygienist, it usually things are pretty decent. But it would be nice to have a water, like one of those electric water flossers for, you know, like a daily thing, like in complement of the rest of it, right? I just use mouthwash and brush. Am I a bad person? I mean, you're not a bad person. I would just, if you're, listen, a big part of dental hygiene, I feel, is genetics. If you get away with it and your teeth are fine, just don't, you know, don't question it too much. However, most people would recommend that flossing is a huge part of the whole thing, right? But what's up, Glegger? How are you doing today? And like the way I look at it is, it's the kind of thing that there's always a chance we're gonna pay for it later if we're not, you know, being careful now. Even though, again, like that's the thing that I see all the time, is that how much genetics play a role, right? I've seen people take much better care of their teeth than I do, and they're like constantly having issues. So But yeah, I mean, you know, ultimately you should probably follow your dentist's guidelines, right? Because there's always a chance you're gonna pay for it later. Some of that shit takes a while to, you know, manifest itself, I guess. Yeah, Zulu. Yeah, I don't know. I may order. I may order a water flusser tomorrow or something. It's a bit of an expense, but I feel like it's a good investment long term. Yeah, Ankthar. Yeah, if you're alone, yeah. Just don't use it on the highest setting the first time you try it. Yeah, you know, I mean, I wasn't gonna do that anyway. I've sadly reached the age where I might have to invest in a nose hair trimmer. The end is nearing. I have a few little nose hair here and there that, you know, sometimes poke out. I use a fucking, what's it called? What is the word that I'm looking for? You guys know. Tweezers. Yes, I use tweezers. I mean, I'm very, like, you know, I use tweezers to take care of, you know, little beats of hair in my eyebrow. I don't have like a big unibrow or anything, but I do have a little bit of hair here sometimes. I like getting it clean, so tweezers. I also use the tweezers around the stash because I have some little hair here and there above it that are isolated. Tweeze those out. Perfect. Truly hates himself? I don't know, I feel like it's... I do that every, like, month or so, and then I don't have to worry about it. Explains in general outlook on life. I don't know. I just... What's the worst that can happen? A little bit of pain? I'll be okay. Yeah, Ankthar, that's why I only grab those that poke out, right? I don't go in there or do anything big. I just, if I see one poking out, grab it, pull it out. Perfect. Legger. This is now a well. Let me rephrase that in my head before I say it out loud. This is now a personal hygiene conversation. I was gonna say the G word, but I feel like saying the G word on Twitch these days is a bit risky, right? We this is not a grooming stream. I was gonna say this is now a grooming stream, but that yeah, you wanna avoid saying that on Twitch these days, because of fucking assholes that, you know, ruin the word for everyone else. That's a brainy. You're always allowed to. You're allowed to groom your own body. That's true. Yep. But you know, I think personal hygiene conversations are great. In fact, I'm fairly sure if people were just more comfortable talking about that stuff with one another, it would solve a lot of issues. A shark. What's up, Sorrow? it is personal grooming, yes, indeed. But yeah, no, I'll have to, you guys have convinced me. I'm gonna get one of those, water flossers. It seems like a good complement to everything else. It also kind of seems fun to use. I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but... easier than using the string. Always have problems getting the floss in my back teeth. Yeah. What's up, Trim? Good name for the conversation, Trim. I bought one, not appreciating how strong the pressure is. Nearly assassinated myself. Did you like point it towards your eyes or something? Like... yeah, I'm gonna look into that. I'm gonna order one tomorrow, so that it comes on Friday. Wait. Yes. Makes sense. Wait. No, I'm gonna have to order one later tomorrow morning. Well, later today technically, but tomorrow morning. Then it comes up on Friday morning. It's perfect. Because I'll be up. Since I don't stream on Friday evening, probably. Oh, also, I've been thinking about that. Have you guys have you guys used those sort of weird sticky balls? It's almost like sticky slime that people use for like cleaning keyboards and shit. Are those things actually useful? Or is it a waste of money? Because I would love to, one of these days, like, I need to do a deep cleaning on my keyboard. I want to pop off all the caps and just, you know, do a bit of a deep cleaning in there, but I've heard they get stuck. Like some parts of it get stuck in there. Just by a PC vacuum. Some of them make the keyboard slimy. Oh. That sounds terrible. What's a PC vacuum? Like a mini vacuum or something? Computer vacuum cleaners. Oh, damn. What the hell? I've never seen that in my life. Huh. What do you know? Yeah, Glegger. I typically, yeah. I typically remove all the caps every 6 months or so and, you know, do a bit of a clean, but for this one it's been a bit longer. I think it's been a year and a couple months. It's probably disgusting down there. I'm kind of afraid. I don't know. We'll see. They're really good. Okay. I'm gonna look at the, you know, the store that I typically order that shit from. I'm gonna use these $100 I got back for like the computer purchase, right? water flosser and some maybe cleaning equipment for the computer. Why not? What's up, Saladino? At this point, I'm scared to look under mine. That's a sign you should really look under it, right? That's usually the thing. When you, it's like the doctor, right? If you get to the point where like I'm really scared to go to the doctor or the dentist or whatever, that usually that means you really need to go. Yeah, Rico. What's up, Kimmy? Interesting, Antar. I don't think I have denture cleaning tabs, but what I typically do is put them in like a one of those Ziploc bags with some water and soap, and I just, you know, let them soak for a little bit. I remove all keycaps, put them in a pillow cover with a zipper, and then just put it in the washing machine on the lowest temp without much soap. That's actually super clever. I didn't... Huh. I like that. Same way I clean Lego or other small plastic parts. Yeah, that's pretty smart. I like it. Just don't go over 30 degrees, of course. Yeah, you don't want the plastic to get deformed because of the temperature. Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to figure that out. Denture cleaning tabs are super cheap, work great. Also use them for cleaning drinking bottles. Yeah, I didn't... Interestingly enough, I was like, well, I don't have dentures, so I don't have denture cleaning tabs, without thinking I could just buy them anyway. Aim the water flosser at the keyboard. Great idea, Trim. I'm gonna do that and I'll let you know. But yeah, I mean, it's Wednesday today, halfway through the week for those of you out there with a normal schedule. So, hope you guys are doing all right. Local drugstore sells denture cleaning tabs in packs of 128 for $3. What the fuck? Yeah, that's the solution, Warren. I like it. Can I eat your keycaps? Is that a euphemism for something that I don't understand because I'm old? I have been motivated. I'm taking all the keycaps off of my keyboard. See you all on the other side. What you want to do there, Naz, is put the stream up on the phone so you can keep chatting. even though your keyboard's out of commission. Maybe work it out, old man. Okay. Naz is about to have a very personal encounter with all of the snacks he is had for the past year. Just all brought together in the, you know, in like a weird salad down there, and still tap without the keycaps. That really depends on what type of keyboard you have. Typing on my keyboard without the keycaps would be absolutely impractical. If you have like MX style switches, yeah, then sure you can, right? With mine, nah, it doesn't work. What's up, Crevette? Lost my grippers, found it though. Nice, hell yeah. Mostly velvet hair, honestly. Yeah. You should have a cheap spare. What if yours stopped working midstream? Are you asking me? I do have... I literally have a collection of mechanical keyboards, in fact. That I got like in the early 2010s. So if mine stops working, I have 5 keyboards somewhere in this room that I can find. I just don't use them anymore. Oh, I meant Naz. Okay, well. Sorry for thinking you were talking to me on my own stream. Just tilted off a tournament? Need to chill? Oh, I'm sorry to hear. What game were you playing, Crevette? Guilty Gear Strive? You're the second person that I hear mentioning this game today. Don't they have like a big update next week or something? Yeah, I like the look of Guilty Gear. I could never play it though. I think... Oh, well, no, I probably could, but I don't know. Like those so-called anime fighters are... They seem crazy to me. Like, so many buttons. You should play Strive. Nah. I only have the mental space for one fighting game. I've picked Street Fighter 6. It's gonna be my game for the foreseeable future. Yeah, Unkthar. I have like my keyboard came with like a bunch of replacement springs and switches and all that. You know, little plates, like springs and plates. So if I bend one, I'm not too worried about it. I just replace it and that's it. I've only bent one in like 2+ years when I was messing around with one. And I had one of the keys that was poorly set, so I removed, and I was trying to like put the spring back in place, and I bent it on accident. So that's the only issue I've ever had with it. Yeah, Crevette. Yeah, I'm really enjoying Street Fighter 6. I think it's not a perfect game for sure, but it's a really good time to learn and get into, so. Yeah, I've watched quite a bit of Maximilian Dood play Strive when it first came out, I think. It seems very fun, but I don't think that particular style of fighting game is for me. I'm also not too interested in the Riot Games one. Do we know when that one's coming out, by the way? KO, whatever. Like I don't even remember the name. It's so dumb. XKO, that's the one. Yeah, I'm not too interested in it. Alpha was a lot of fun. Well, that's good. I don't know. I'm just, yeah, like I said, I only have space for one fighting game in my brain. If for any reason I stop playing Street Fighter, and the timing is right, I may look into 2XKO, but I think not. Can we fight IRL? Sure. Yeah, I mean, it's so much work to learn. Like, it's literally like infinite knowledge. There's no ceiling in those games. So you can literally dedicate all your time to them and you'll never understand it all. So. Right, and car. Yeah, I'm using a reproduction Model F. Yeah, almost the end of October already, Jesus. Which honestly, at the pace at which the Cageathon has been going, I think we'll be done towards like before mid-November. Which means it leaves out about a month before we have to get into Undertale. Because Undertale's gonna happen over like the holiday season, but I don't think I want to start at the beginning of December. I'm gonna start around the middle of the month, like I usually do. I don't know exactly how long of a game Undertale is going to be, but... Well, that's the thing, $10. That's basically where I'm getting with this is... Where I'm going with this is, I wonder if I'm starting The Last of Us right after Detroit, right? And if I'm gonna be able to finish those before Undertale. Last of Us 1, I'm not too worried. Last of Us 2, I think, could take a long time. So... I don't know. We'll see. We'll see, we'll see when exactly we're done with the David Cage stuff, so... I probably shouldn't be too confident about how early I can finish this. Oh, no more rain. Jesus. My brain feels empty suddenly. I'm supposed to kill some dude. Which sounds crazy. Is it just gonna loop the music and wait for me to do anything? Eyes, Plan, Sean. Wait, there's another one. Oh no, there's two Seans. That's weird. made it so all the games fit on one screen. Wait. Oh yeah, and there's a total if you scroll down. That one brass section that goes doot every 5 seconds. Brilliant. So you can compare them all. Appreciate it. Thank you. I'm trying to think. I don't know. I have a feeling that I'm gonna have a decision to make whether or not I want to go through with killing that person that I'm supposed to kill. I wonder how that's gonna get. I wonder how that's gonna be set up. I wonder if the game is going to try to make me feel bad for that person. I'm trying to preemptively think about the implications of what I'm doing right there. Did you have a choice to not do the challenges and call the police at some point? I wasn't given a choice to call the police. I was given a choice to give up on... Well, at least one of them. I remember there was a clear, like, door to get out. I'm sure the other one... The other ones, I'm pretty sure had a way to bail out as well, but it was less obvious than a big door with coward writing on it. The decision would be made the millisecond between half squeezing and squeezing the trigger in real life. You think so? That seems wild to me. If I'm walking towards a place with the mission of killing someone, I would be thinking about that decision all the way through. I don't think there's, you know, I don't think there's I don't think there's a moment that I wouldn't be thinking about that decision. I would probably change my mind 20 times. Oh, well, yeah, but that's not what you said. At least that's not how I understood it. For me, the decision would be made over and over and over and over again in the hours and days that precede up to the last moment. And even after doing the deed or not, I would still think about my decision if it was right or wrong. So... The way I read your message was that you only make the decision when you're, you know, pulling the trigger. You don't think about it beforehand or anything. That's how I read it, which is clearly wrong. don't know, without, before even entering the room and without thinking about who that person I'm supposed to kill is, how do I feel about the premise in general of, would I kill someone to save someone I love? It's a very hard decision to make in a vacuum, obviously. Because I feel like it all depends who that person you're trying to kill is. If the person I'm trying to kill is a terrible, I don't know, child molester, it's a much easier decision than if it's, I don't know, a doctor, for instance. I'm just picking extreme examples just to, for the sake of the point, right? It's obviously not that simple. I feel like, generally speaking, I don't think I could do it. Would I still go there and then sort of put myself in the situation to see if I was going to do it or not, maybe? I don't know. I'm not sure. Plan.
He opens up, I shoot. I get the hell out of there and I don't look back.
That's one way to do it. Whoops. Almost dropped my controller there. Oh, shit. I wasn't muted for that one, I think. Sorry about that. Hopefully my compressor hooked in. I feel like this kind of decision could have been addressed during the first trial because you probably did kill someone back then. That's what I mentioned, right? It feels like the implications of that trial were poorly presented and accounted for. Because yes, I think it's very likely that someone died during that crazy run we had. However, I feel like it's a bit different because the idea was not intentionally killing someone, right? I would do it. That's weird. I don't know. There's something in the context of this situation where I'm like, it's not like killing that person is the only out we have in this situation, right? We could fucking go to the police. Which for some reason is something we haven't done. And I understand because of the very likely hypothesis that we are the killer ourselves, right? So that's why we don't go to the police, because we're trying to. But even then, like, I don't know. It feels like I would only really consider killing someone to save someone I love if that was my only out. Like, for sure that's my only out. There's no other way. Then it becomes an internal conversation, right? Before that, I don't know. I would think about any other solution. What's up, Brendan? Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Mr. X, Amsterdam. How are you guys doing? Did you make it to Master, Brendan, before the end of the stream? Nah, an extreme though. But yeah, like I think Foolish Flames. This reminds me of sort of the, you know, the ethical. It's like the ethical situation like I'm fine eating meat. I would rather not kill the animal myself, right? I'm okay wearing clothes that were probably made in a fucking sweatshop in China, right? I probably have clothes that were made like that. I wouldn't want to go there and actually be like, hey, can you make me a t-shirt right now, right? It's sort of that weird emotional distance we put between what we do and the actual moral implications, right? Which is terrible. Like, if you really think about it, it's terrible. But it's just the way that I guess our society is designed, right? So I see this the same way. Like, did I put people's lives in danger with the car situation? Sure, absolutely. But it wasn't really me pulling the trigger and, you know, the trolley problem. Were you here, RGZ, when we were playing Prey? Because we had a long conversation about the trolley problem during Prey. B-Side, thank you so much for the Prime Gaming sub, 7 months. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Less money for Jeff, more money for me. B-Side, you will be remembered. Thank you. I don't think I was. Yeah, there was a big... there was something in Prey, at the beginning of Prey, about the trolley problem, and I think we had like an hour-and-a-half long conversation about it when I was playing it. My ultimate answer to the trolley problem was, I'm not doing anything. I'm literally not acting at all. Again, assuming we're in a vacuum and I don't know any of the people that are involved, right? I'm without any added context, right? If you add context, then it becomes a whole fucking, you know, different conversations. But without context, just random people that I don't know, I'm not touching anything. And the reason for that is I did not create that situation, right? So I can't be held responsible for the consequences of that situation. I'm just being put there. And that's the way I choose to look at it. I think the fact that I didn't create the situation absolves me, at least from my personal beliefs, it absolves me of the responsibility of what happens. Even though my actions can have an impact on them, right? Yeah, I guess so, Brendan. Yeah, I actually rewatched that scene not too long ago. If you were stuck on an island without food with another person and they died, would you eat them? Sure. I'm pretty sure I would, yeah. $120,000 calories in a human body. And that can, if you can find a way to conserve that meat, like maybe salt them or salt it on something, you can probably go a long way with that. What's up, Squeegee Man? How are you doing today? Soko Man, good to see you. That's the kind of stat you should know off the top of your head. Listen, being a writer comes with a lot of weird Google searches. I know a lot of things I should not know. You do not want to see my Google search history when I'm writing a book. It's... I don't know, Brainy. I could definitely see some people being strictly against the idea and not doing it. I'm sure it has happened many times in history. Just off of whatever grounds, right? Moral, maybe just disgust, right? I think it is a question of if for quite a few people. Now, another question is, we're stuck without food on an island with another person. And we're both surviving equal amounts of time. And we're starving. Do you kill the other person to eat them? Or at least to prevent them from killing you to eat you? Assuming it's not someone you know, right? It's just a random person. Now we were asking the real questions, yes. Like, what if you start having reasonable... You start to have reasonable suspicion that the other person will do it if you don't. What's up, Harmon? Do you just have the conversation with that person and you're like, okay, listen, one of us is gonna kill the other to eat them. Do we just fight and whoever survives wins? What's up, Bristlebutt? I don't know, Drama. That sounds like a good way for the meat, like for a blood infection or something. If you're both guaranteed to die, are you eating someone? I don't understand the question, since, I mean, I'm pretty sure we're way past that, right? Like, the first question was, if you're stuck on an island and people, you know, someone, you're alive but someone died and you're starving, do you eat their corpse? My answer is an easy yes for that one, right? My question is way further than that. It's, you're alive with another person, two of you on a desert island. You don't know that person, they're nobody to you. You're both alive, none of you look like it is gonna die before the other, but you're both starving. Do you kill the other person to eat them? What happens if you start having suspicion that the other person is gonna do it if you don't? Do you discuss with the other person, like, let's fight to the death and whoever wins gets it? Do you just sacrifice yourself? Do you, what? Do you just wait? I don't know. What's up, Goose? Duel to the death is a waste of energy? Fair enough. What's up, Suck in a Jar? I'm killing that mofo in their sleep. There you go, I mean... What if they don't go to sleep because they're suspicious that you were gonna do that? And you're feeling really tired, Suck in a Jar. You're feeling really tired. We both go insane waiting for the other to kill us in the end. It's definitely not a situation you want to find yourself in, right? Daniel's dilemma is how to prepare the meat. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Ideally, you would find a way to conserve it, because that's a lot of calories you're wasting otherwise, if you can't find a way to conserve the meat, right? About 100 to 120,000 calories. That's a lot of days. Like, you know, if you're stuck on a desert island, portioning really hard, like strictly, you could survive 100 days with this shit, with a human body to eat. But you need to find a way to conserve it, so, which is unlikely. You could smoke it, I guess, maybe, but I'd most likely act first if an agreement to not eat each other could be reached. Fight to the death, the most honest way to do it. But Brendan makes a good point. It's a big waste of energy. So maybe you just decide to just not kill each other until someone dies naturally and then the other one can eat it. But can you really trust that other person? Rock, paper, scissors? Oh man. I don't want to be on the losing end of that one. Yeah, Unkthar. Yeah, that's a terrible story, of course. Your odds of survival are almost always better if you're both still alive. Oh man, I don't know if I agree with that. Based on the food aspect, right? I don't know, Goose, actually. Yeah. Probably an interesting question, but... Outdoors suck, you can kill and eat me? Well, there you go. I want to be on an island with Mr. X. This way I know that I get food. Yeah, I don't know. Obviously, you know, not the kind of questions you want to ever have to think about. Now, all of this is obviously a huge diversion because I cannot preemptively decide if I want to go through with this trial right there. Who thought this was a good idea? Look at those fucking angles. Who thought that was a good idea? To pick choices that can barely be seen on the screen.
Come on, think of Sean. Think of Sean.
What's the other Sean button?
I didn't come all this way just to stop now. I've got to go through with it. For Sean.
Doubts.
Kill a man. I'm gonna kill a man to save my son. What kind of a choice is that?
You each sacrifice a limb for the other to eat. With the limb gone, you will need less nutrition and their limbs will sustain you longer. I'm not sure that checks out. Because your body's probably gonna have to use more energy to heal. At first, right, Grim? That is if you don't just die from, you know, infection or whatever. It's not a perfect plan. Yeah, that's one charitable way to put it. Have to kill someone and go look for wood to make a fire to cook the meat. Is there even wood for a fire? I mean, obviously, if we add a ton of context, it's a different conversation, right? I'm assuming there's wood on the desert island in question. And if not, you eat the meat raw and maybe die from whatever fucking illness you get. But
I never used a gun. How hard can it be? All I have to do is pull the trigger.
Oh god, listen. No. It's actually harder than you think. Oh my god, I'm literally gonna miss. And like I'm gonna try to whoever I'm supposed to kill, I'm gonna try to shoot them in the head. And I'm gonna like, hit them in the side of the throat and they're gonna like just bleed out for like 5 minutes while cursing me. It's gonna be very traumatizing. Is killing and eating someone punishable by court of law if you're both from the same country? Interesting question, Brendan. Both seem like a drag. Kill me. Fair enough, X. I mean, ideally, yes. Listen, if I'm in a situation like that where we crash on a desert island and there's very little hope of being found and all that, I think I'd rather go in the crash, right? I've seen Lost. I'm okay with dying in the crash. I don't want to go through the whole thing. Eyes?
Don't look him in the eyes. Just shoot.
Oh, wow. I'm trying to... Interesting, because, okay, that one line here is interesting. And the fact that, you know, he opens the door, I shoot. Like, the fact that Ethan does not want to know anything about that person, to me, is a pretty interesting play on the theme of guilt, which is the big theme for Ethan, right? He doesn't want to feel the guilt of what he's about to do. He's trying to avoid feeling any sense of remorse, any emotional attachment to whatever he's about to do. He's trying to just do the thing that he needs to do and not think about it, right? That's interesting. That's surprisingly, you know, surprisingly interesting for David Cage, I would say. I like it. You should watch that one movie. Which one? Society of the Snow? Oh yeah, I've heard of it, I think. Yeah. I kind of want to watch it at some point. Alone.
Let's hope he's home alone.
Yeah, Ethan, what if he has kids? Oh god, what if he has kids? Oh, that would be an interesting... Oh shit, that would be an interesting way of playing on several themes at once. What if he has children? Huh.
I can't just kill a guy in cold blood like that.
Sure you can.
Shit, I can't. I can't.
Alright, we're out of thoughts. Only thing left to do is get in there. It's basically the Uruguayan Air Force flight story, isn't it? I think it is. Let me... Yeah, it's based on that, we mentioned it earlier, Kimmy, yeah, it's based on that, situation. Which is terrible. Really, really terrible. Great example of if I'm in that flight, honestly, man, I hope I go during the crash. Like, I cannot imagine going through that experience. Obviously, you know, a part of you is like, well, I mean, you know, you survive and then you have a whole life to live still, even with the trauma and everything, there's still a life to be lived, right? I just don't know, man. I think I'd rather just go and not have to go through this. You're dead, you know, you're not aware that you're dead, you're just dead, right? I don't know. Highly recommend the channel on YouTube Ask a Mortician. He made several videos about cannibalism examples and similar to the discussed scenarios from IRL. Interesting. Because of aliens, Agent 47 was vastly more efficient at this killing business. Have you seen me play? I don't think that's true. I was very bad at this killing thing. In Hitman. Listen, I'm sure it's gonna be a very tense scene, and it's gonna be a whole lot of snap decisions. I'm trying to think about it beforehand as much as I can, to have sort of... I need the groundwork of my moral decision there to be done, so that then I can react to whatever twist the game's gonna throw at me. Because I'm sure there's gonna be one. I guarantee you there's gonna be a twist there. I feel like it's gonna be one of those Minority Reports. Do you guys remember that scene in Minority Report? I feel like it's gonna be something like that. I don't know why. How are you, Zindern? That's true, JR. I did that. I killed a lot of people in Hitman. Not many of which were my actual targets, but... Acceptable casualties? I'm glad you think so. Okay. In theory, I don't think... In a vacuum, I don't think I'm ready to do this. Killing a random person to save my son when I have other acceptable paths to trying to save him? Or am I just assuming that if I fail... No, because it's a game to that killer. It's a game to find those clues to whatever address Sean is kept at, right? So the assumption here is that I could fail one of them, right? I'm just not gonna get all the clues, because otherwise there wouldn't be any point to getting clues. It would just be like, hey, if you achieve all the trials, he's saved. If you fail one, I kill him, right? That would be the trick, I guess. So the assumption here is I can fail a trial and still have a chance, right? By the way the killer designed the game. So my understanding is, wouldn't he just kill Sean if you went to the cops? Maybe Naz, yeah. But what I mean is there's more, like, I could fail this trial and still find him. Otherwise, there's no point in the way the game is designed by the killer, not the video game, the game in the narrative, right? The game, the way the killer designed it, allows for failure. Do we know anything about the person behind the door? No, Keplers. Well, I think I was given their name and address, I think, but that's it. I think it was a man's name. I'm not sure, honestly. But yeah, no, we don't know anything. Which is why I'm trying to sort of make a preemptive decision based on, like, in a vacuum, right? And then depending on what we see inside, maybe I'll change my mind, maybe not. But I need to sort of... I need to have a certain, like, paradigm in my head before I even get in there. So I can make faster decisions. Because I'm sure the game's gonna ask me to make snap decisions. What's up, Shepard? So yeah, like, even without risking talking to the police and potentially the killer killing Sean out of revenge, I think there's a world where there's acceptable failures in the way these trials are designed. Maybe this is... Well, here's the thing, though. I'm also noticing that each trial is escalating based on the previous one. So the question is, how do you escalate again after this? Because, okay, I'm taking the loss here, but then what? Right? What else am I going to be asked to do before... I don't remember how many trials, like how many origamis there were in the box. I'm thinking it was 5. And hold on, this is the car, the plant, the finger, this, and I think there was another one. I'm pretty sure it was 5. So how do you escalate, right? How do you escalate from here? Because the point is, it always escalates a bit more. Is the next step killing someone I know? Oh no. Nah. I was thinking, is it gonna ask me to kill my wife? Well, ex-wife? Nah. It wouldn't do that, right? So a kilogram of ocean water has on average 35 grams of salt. A kilogram of pork needs about 30 grams to cure it. So assuming you get 60 kilograms of meat, that would require getting the salt from 51 kilograms of ocean water. Temperature of 30%, humidity of 60% would evaporate in about 61 hours. You have about 2 days to think about your actions. All data points in this are from the first Google result I found, so no guarantees. Okay, Goose, that's interesting. But it's so it's technically possible. We could find the salt we need in the ocean water and, you know, find a way to cure the meat thanks to that. I think what I'm getting from this, Goose, is if I'm on a desert island with someone else and I start seeing them evaporating water to get some salt, that's my cue to kill them. Because they're definitely trying to kill me. They're just getting the salt ready. What's up, Raph? How are you doing? Yeah, let them do all the work, right? And then just before there's enough salt, bam, that's when I strike. Hell yeah. Wouldn't cure meat escalate dehydration though? Potentially Archeesy, but maybe you can do two birds, one stone, right? You can evaporate the water on a fire, and then you get the salt and unsalted water, right? Purified water. Two birds, one stone. There you go. What's up, Zach? How are you doing today? So yeah, again, I think in a vacuum, I don't think I'm capable. I don't think I'm killing someone to save my son, especially, again, in a scenario where this is not my last resort. There are still ways to save Sean without doing this. Based on... And I'm not even thinking like meta, like I'm not doing it even like meta thinking about the video game, right? I'm just looking at it from a perspective of in-universe. The way the killer designed this sick game of trials allows for failure. So I think I could get away with not killing that person at the risk of the next trial being even worse. And then maybe I'm failing too much, right? Because I don't think, like, the last time we saw the address, I don't think it was very complete yet. So I would assume you get more, like, you get more and more letters the further you go. The trials get harder, which is how I would design it, probably. So that you can't just ignore the last trials. But in a vacuum, oh man, I can't see myself killing someone, just to save my son. Like that doesn't seem like a moral decision that I can make. I don't know. Please let that person be a fucking like child molester or something. Make my choice easier. Well, in theory, yes, Drama, but I'm the one knocking on their door. I'm the one who knocks in this situation. They're just living their life, right? I'm the problem. I already failed protecting my family by losing my kid. Also, I don't think it's that simple, right? I don't think it's that simple of it's my job to do anything to protect my family. I don't think killing other people is a reasonable expectation. You also want to protect your community. You also want to protect, like, you know, the values of being human and you know. But obviously, like Soros says, it's very theoretical. I wouldn't compromise my values to save my family, right? Well, you know, depending on the values in question, right? But we're talking about like killing someone right now. This is the most extreme thing you can do. Foolish flames, yeah. Please tell me you're a piece of trash. If you attack someone with a sword, it's their job to defend. If they die, that's on them. Yeah, or cheesy. The narcissistic, what is it again? The narcissistic prayer? I wouldn't want to be your family member then? That's an interesting take. I think Soros' approach is exactly what would make me want to be, you know, their friend or family member. It's just that's a strong, you know, strong values there. What if that person you are killing is trying to kill someone? Well, now you're adding context, right? Brainy. You're just adding a lot of context right now. I don't know, Bishless. I guess we'll find out. I'm sure we'll find out in a minute. There's no way this game is gonna let me, you know, get away without it, without having to make a proper moral decision. Yeah, drama? Well, I think that's sociopathic behavior, but... potentially psychopathic behavior, but... that's just me, you know? Good on you, but also maybe that's something to talk about in therapy. Yes, I think so too. In fact, I would go as far as to say that if you were willing to do that, I would not want to be in a relationship with you. Now, obviously, you know, this is without context, right? If someone's actively trying to attack and hurt the people I love, that's a different conversation, right? That's why I can't take the trolley problem seriously. It relies on lack of context, but there are literally no situations without context. I think that's the interest of the trolley problem, right? Because when you start adding context, each situation becomes unique, and so there's no like sort of, it's all a case-by-case basis, which is sort of what reality is, right? Foolish Flames, I don't disagree there. That's reality. That's how every actual real situation is. I think the benefit of the trolley problem is that by not adding any context to it, you just take the essence of it. You go to the fundamental notion of what is responsibility, right? And I think that only works without context. It only works in a vacuum where the people are not anyone specific, and it's just about who's responsible for what here. And it's obviously a very personal answer. Do you feel responsible for not pulling the lever and saving 4 people? Which is technically the problem, right? You kill 1 instead of 5. Do you feel responsible because you pulled the lever, so you're the one who acted on killing that particular person? That's how I feel personally, right? Again, like I wouldn't do anything because I didn't create a situation, so I feel like I absolve myself of responsibility this way. Ultimately, it's just the point of the trolley problem is you versus your own sense of what it means to be responsible for your actions, right? Do you consider an action in a situation you didn't create to be something you're responsible for? And I think, like, it makes me think of a good, more practical example of that, which would be you're driving on the road and suddenly the car way further in front of you swerves to the right, falls into the river, and the car, or the you know, falls off the bridge into a car or whatever. And the car starts drowning. You're not responsible, you didn't create that situation. What do? You're super scared of swimming, maybe. You're, you know, you're terrified by the situation. You think you may put yourself in danger and maybe potentially kill yourself by trying to help them. You just call the police, an ambulance, you try to actually get in there. You know if you don't act, they're probably gonna die, right? I don't know. I've never found myself in that situation, but you can get it. I know legal. Again, I'm trying to ignore the legal aspects of it, Raph, because yes, depending on where you live, the law has an opinion on that. I'm just thinking about the moral and responsibility aspect of it, right? Same answer, Brainy, right? We're not talking about like the legal aspects of it, just only like the moral aspects. Are 2 human lives always more than 1? I don't think so. I think it really depends. But again, that's the point of the trolley problem, is that you don't put context on the lives. So technically, yes. In the vacuum of the trolley problem, yes. 5 lives, 2 lives are worth more than 1, right? In that case, it's a math problem? I disagree. It's a pure moral problem. Personally, I still don't pull the lever. I let the 5 people die. It took me an hour and a half of thinking about it when we were playing Prey to come to that conclusion, but I'm pretty certain about it. I didn't create the situation. By not acting, I'm absolving myself of any responsibility. Yeah, probably, Raph. Because regardless, I kill someone. If I... Let me rephrase. If I act, I kill someone, right? My actions have a direct consequence. That one person was killed because I pulled the lever. I created that situation for that one person to die. that person would be alive if I didn't pull the trigger. Now, if I don't do anything, I didn't create that situation. 5 people died, but it's not because of me. Your inaction has a direct consequence. Yeah, but we're going back to the conversation we had when we were playing Prey. Personally, I don't consider that my inaction is an action. My inaction is by default not an action. I did not create that situation. I am not the one who started the train. I am not the one who's responsible for the situation I find myself in. My inaction is just a decision to not get involved. If I weren't there, the outcome would be exactly the same. No, I know, I'm aware, Naz. But again, if I wasn't there, the outcome would be exactly the same. If I pulled the lever, however, that one person died because of me, specifically because of me. If I wasn't there, that person would be alive. What's up, Hubs? How are you doing today? What's up, Rob, man? And again, I'm not saying that's the only one good answer. I'm just explaining why, to me, that's the one that makes the most sense. Obviously, it wouldn't be much of a problem. Like, the trolley problem wouldn't exist if there was one good answer, right? And it's totally fine if everyone has a different take on this. It's just, I explain why I personally would feel... You know, I wouldn't be happy about the situation, but I would feel that that's the best outcome I could imagine for myself. Would the other track being empty make you pull the lever? Yes, of course. Ultimate guilt-free answer, start switching the lanes as fast as you can, luck decides who dies. I disagree. I would feel very responsible for that. That is the scary part. You're only concerned about the moral implications to yourself. Well, yeah, because people die regardless. For a situation I didn't create, right? So the only variable here is how I sort of get out of this situation. Because I didn't create this. I understand and I agree, Sorrow. However, the point is responsibility, right? The point is responsibility. It's not the actual value of the people that were killed or saved. It's the trolley problem is a question of responsibility. I didn't kill those 4 people, or 5, right? What's up, JC? What's up, Lamiril? I find it terrifying that you boiled it down to how it affects you and not other people. Well, I understand what you mean, but I don't think it's that simple. If you pull the lever, that one person would have survived without you literally killing them. I find terrifying that one can make a decision to kill someone intentionally that easily. You are literally making, to me, that's how it feels, right? I'm literally making the decision to kill someone that would have survived if I wasn't there. That to me is terrifying. No, I know you didn't say that it was easy, but to me, that's an impossible decision to make. To actively kill someone that would have survived if I wasn't there. I am directly and only responsible for that person's death. Well, I don't actively kill 5 people, Brainy. The person who created that situation does. If I'm not in that trolley, they still die. All 5 of them. I have to include the cost of what this does to other people and their families. I understand, yeah. But the 5 families need to bring that up with the person who created that trolley situation, right? That's not true, Brainy. Again, like the most simple way for me to, at least I don't think that's true, because the most simple way for me to look at this is remove my presence from the situation. What happens? The outcome where the one person dies only happens if I pull the lever personally, actively, right? I have to look in the mirror and say my inaction ruined 5 lives. 1 life is ruined no matter what. Yeah, I mean, again, I'm not, you know, I'm not saying I would have, you know, nightmareless dreams for the rest of my life. Obviously, it would be a terrible situation, but... I just can't bring myself to intentionally kill someone. Actively and intentionally kill someone. That's not something I can do. Does your decision change if there are not 5 but 100 or 1,000 people on the other side? I don't know. I would have to think about it. I would have to think about it. Maybe not, but it would definitely be a harder thing to cope with, I think. I don't know. Is there an arbitrary number at which point I'm like, this now seems like a different conversation? Maybe. Yeah. But I guess my ultimate point with the trolley problem is that I definitely feel like ultimately like if I was, and I think that's also an interesting exercise, if I was looking at the situation from the outside, right? And I'm watching, say, you be in that situation. Would I judge you for not pulling the lever? No. I would never think you responsible for that situation because you didn't pull the lever. In the same way that if I see you paralyzed next to the road in that situation I illustrated earlier, you're next to a road and there's a car drowning with someone inside and you're paralyzed and you don't have the courage to jump in and try to save them for whatever reason, because you can't swim or you're terrified of water or whatever, I'm never gonna judge you for that. You didn't create that situation. To me, you are free of responsibility. And I mean, so we're clear, Naz, I'm not, you know, it's not that I'm not taking into consideration the other people. It's just that ultimately I have to find an answer, right? That's the point of the problem. Obviously, I'm thinking about all the consequences, and obviously they suck. I just ultimately have to find the answer that seems the most how would you put it? Morally satisfying, I guess. I don't know if that's the word I would use, but there's no ability to act. Is there no? Well, I mean, there's probably something interesting to explore there, Zeg. But I think the same could be said about the trolley problem, right? It's very likely that most people in that trolley problem situation, if they were actually thrown into it, the trolley would probably run over the 5 people before we find, you know, the composure to make a decision, right? Let's be real there with ourselves for 1 second. Most people would probably be paralyzed and not be in shock, and the people would get run over before we can make a decision. So I think this would also apply, but well, I think Naz's point, and I agree with Naz there, Soro, is that it does add context to the situation. You're trying to think about contextualized outcomes after the fact, right? Oh, maybe that one decision has a butterfly effect that makes it okay in the end. If you start adding elements like that, to me it's the same as saying, well, what if the one person's a fucking cancer researcher and the 5 people are child molesters? Right? To me, that's the same thing, except with different steps, right? It's a different version of contextualizing the problem, which is what we're trying to avoid in order to stick with the main issue, which is the question of responsibility, right? If you're inactive, it's easier to lie to yourself and say it wasn't your fault. Exactly. Exactly. I understand that inaction has consequences, right? But in my opinion, it bears less responsibility. And again, that's a completely subjective matter, which is the point of this whole conversation. At the end of the day, you know, you just... It is just what it is. And I think, Rico, it's an interesting way if you like extend that sort of you extend that idea to more like realistic situations, which we all experience on a daily basis, right? We all have behaviors and practices and habits that very negatively affect people around the world, right? It's a pretty simple example, but my consumption habits of like purchasing technology or clothes or food or using a car or whatever, those have cascading consequences on a lot of people's life, right? And the way we sort of go through life without being in a constant state of moral anxiety is because we sort of try to ignore that. We're not the one creating those situations. We're just at the end of the chain you know, trying to survive basically ourselves, right? We're not the ones creating terrible working conditions for the people producing our food or clothes or tech or whatever, right? We're just consuming. But really, if we weren't, those situations wouldn't exist. So do you feel the same way when it comes to negligent behavior? Are you asking me? Do you have a specific example, for instance? I'm trying to make sure I understand the question. If what I understand by negligent behavior is, for instance, a parent who would ignore the needs of their baby and then their baby starves, for instance, right? Like the, you know, some sad stories we've heard. In that case, I don't think it's the same, no, because I think there's inherent responsibility of the parent to care for their child, right? Inherent responsibility exists, right? You have a responsibility towards certain people, or, you know, just by virtue of your relationship with them, or... What's up, Chipmunk? And yeah, well, I mean, yeah, I agree, RGZ. Obviously, my answer to the trolley problem doesn't apply to real-life situations, because real-life situations are never that contextless, right? The proportion of the door fucking with you? Wait, what's wrong with it? It's a very tall door, I will give it that, but... I'm too tired? Okay, fair enough. But yeah, I mean, you know, negligent behavior, if we're again, like the example of the kid, I think is a good one. But if you have a child and you're negligent and the child gets hurt because of your inaction, in that case it's different, because you have an inherent responsibility for your child. And again, by taking the idea of removing yourself from the situation, the child does not exist. So it's really not the same as the trolley problem, right? Like there's a different paradigm for the way the sense of responsibility is framed. What if it's someone else's kid? I mean, why is he with you, right? Have you... If you took the responsibility of taking care of the kid, you have a responsibility there, right? You see someone else's child being abused consistently? What's the other option, though? Because the essence of the trolley problem is that there's two options. What's the other option in the someone else's child being abused consistently? I can actually give you very concrete examples of that. I've had that situation happen when I was a teacher. I had to report someone for that. Right. Well, yeah, but the do nothing has no negative consequences there. Unlike the trolley problem, right? In this case, it seems obvious that you would act, because there's, you know... No, I mean... Negative... I don't think we understand each other. It's a difficult question, because a better analogy for this would be, you can only call once, and you can either report 5 kids being abused or 1 kid being abused. And if you don't change the number, it's gonna call for the 1 kid instead of the 5. Do you change the number? Right? It's a different scenario. There's not a moral, like the moral choice is different there. Obviously you act because there's no negative consequences for acting. What's up, Ilse? Thank you for the raid. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. What were you playing today? When I say the negative consequences, I mean the negative consequences for acting, right? Not acting. Right, okay. Well, I mean, then in that case, we're adding a lot of context, right? But an interesting factor here is if I'm reporting them, I'm not directly generating that further situation of abuse. That's the parent again creating that situation by making that decision. My action doesn't abuse the kid, right? My action is purely positive, like if you look at it from just a direct consequence. And then if the parent, another human being, makes another decision, creates another negative situation as a consequence of it, then that's another question, right? Would you make a call if it meant losing your job? Probably. Because if my job depends on ignoring that stuff, I probably wouldn't want to do it anyway. But yeah, I mean, in that case, Nasrallah, it's interesting because that's a problem I've been faced with. So I can tell you with certainty, yes, I would act. I would go through the appropriate, reporting measures and get into a lot of very long and upsetting conversations and having to deal with year-long procedures and processes. Well, I don't know what word I'm looking for. So yeah, in that very, in that specific example, real life, vetted, I would definitely be acting. And it sucks. Yeah, that's a good point, Rico. I think, but ultimately that's the beauty of the trolley problem, is that it's devoid of context. It's devoid of down the line consequences. It is just an immediate decision that has an immediate consequence, and we keep it at that, right? That's the only way that the trolley problem sort of makes sense. Oh, obviously you can add context if you want to do the exercise, but then it changes the answer every time, right? The answer is always different. So if you stay with the trolley problem as it is at its root, fundamentally, I think it's an interesting exercise in how one views responsibility. And obviously everyone's gonna have a different answer. I'm not 100% happy with mine, but it's the best I could find. How's Ethan doing? Is watching the door and thinking about what he's gonna have to do, which led to a whole conversation about morality and, What were you playing today, Ilse? If you don't mind me asking. I wish if you stayed here long enough, they would open the door. I was kind of wondering if that would happen, yeah. That'd be a funny way to make the scene progress, right? They just suddenly open the door because they're trying to go out for groceries or something, and they just, you know, their eyes like sort of come up and they meet your gaze. But yeah, I mean, my conclusion about the trolley problem is... It's a hard question to answer, and I certainly am never gonna judge anyone for their answer, even if I disagree with it. And I'm not saying anyone did, I'm just saying like that ultimately that's where I land, is that it's a very fucking hard question. Everyone's gonna have their own answer. They're probably all valid one way or another. And it's, you know, I like, if you've seen The Good Place, there's an episode about the trolley problem in The Good Place. I like Michael's answer in The Good Place. I think it was Michael's answer. He wants to slide the train over the 2 tracks to make sure he kills everyone. That maybe is the bad answer, right? If there's a bad answer, that's the one. I was playing Hobbs Barrow. Hobbs Barrow. It's a folk horror point-and-click set in Victorian England. The goal is to excavate a cursed burial mound. Very cool. That sounds amazing. I've never heard of this. Hobbs Barrow. Let me Google that real quick. Hobbs Barrow. Came out 2 years ago. I've never heard of this game before. What the hell? Oh my god, it looks amazing. What? Okay, I'm keeping that open. That looks brilliant. Yeah. The Tokyo Drift solution, yeah. It's one thing to think about it in theory, the split-second decision. Well, yeah, sure. Again, I'm Unkthar. I have a feeling, maybe I'm wrong, but I have a feeling if we could actually create that situation, I'm pretty sure most people would fail to act before the 5 people are dead, right? I feel like that would likely be the outcome in a lot of cases, depending on how much time you have to think, of course, but... I have good taste in point-and-click adventures if you ever need recommendation. I used to love those games when I was younger, Ilse. You know, like all the LucasArts games and mostly those, right? Like those were the big ones when I was younger. I really enjoyed those games. There was one recently, I'm saying recently, but it was like mostly, probably like 15 years ago. Gemini Rue, that game was insane. I've never actually finished it, but I remember playing the beginning of it and it was really cool. It looked awesome, like the visual style. Pentiment is on my radar, yes, Foolish Flames, very much so. Got my breakfast, gonna lurk while I do something. You know what, Kimi, if you're gonna not tell us what it is, you should stop talking about it. That would solve the situation of everyone asking you what you're talking about. Oh yeah, Ilse? Nice. Have you enjoyed Gemini Rue? Yeah. Did you play like the old LucasArts stuff? Like, you know, Full Throttle, Indiana Jones and the Secret of the Atlantis or whatever that was. Fate of the Atlantis, I think. My mother introduced me to Monkey Island, The Curse of Monkey Island, for a while until I played the older ones. I've never heard of Bone Totem, Zek. I don't think. Let me open that. Bone Totem. Ooh. Hold up. That looks pretty cool too. Do you guys remember The Dig? God, that game was great. The Dig, yeah, it was an old LucasArts game, point and click. I remember thinking it was so, like, the world was so impressive. I remember thinking it was very hard for a point and click, but as a kid, I had trouble progressing through it. Yes, on Full Throttle, no on Indiana Jones. Yeah, Ankthar? Second gen gamer. I've never thought about that concept. I'm definitely a first gen gamer. My parents were not into video games. In fact, I've told that story before, but I kind of, like, my parents were trying to prevent me from playing video games at first. And then one of my grandfathers gave me a Commodore 64, which my mom was not happy about. But we had a Commodore 64 in the house then, and you know, she was very strict about, I'm the one starting the video game. You ask me when you want to play it, I start the video game for you, and you get like an hour to play or whatever. Except I looked at how she would, if you remember the old Commodore 64, you had to do like a line of like load something something, and then you could like start the game, right? And I watched her do it a few times, and I immediately like remembered how to do it and picked up on it, and then I was able to start my games myself. And since both my parents were working a lot, I was at home alone a lot. So I was just like starting my game by myself. They didn't know I knew how to do it. So I was playing a lot more game than they thought. And yeah, load ready run, yeah. Minus, comma 1, comma 8, comma 1, right? All that stuff. And then I got my grandmother to buy me an NES for Christmas, unbeknownst to my mother, because I was living half the time with my grandmother at the time. My mom didn't know my grandmother bought me an NES. She was not happy when she found out. But it is what it is. That's how I got into video games. What's up, Bed? How are you today? Well, back in the day, Suck in a Jar, those games didn't exist. I was playing a lot of Barbarian at the time. That was my favorite game on Commodore 64. That and The Last Ninja. What's up, Polo? Yeah, Ilse. Nice. That's awesome. Yeah, Warren. Ah, that's unfortunate. nice. I'm glad you made it back to the gym, Ben. All right, I think we should get into that door and put all those moral conversation to good use. Let's see if that conversation helped learning anything. What's up, Philinor? I mean, we've had streams like that, Sokinajar. I'm pretty sure that there's at least one stream out there where I made absolutely zero progress in the entire stream. Because we just talked about shit the whole time. But... maybe hubs? I don't know. Yeah, it all depends. I mean, ultimately I think it depends what the kid wants to do, because like, in a lot of cases, kids are going to be exposed to those things through friends and stuff like that, right? Maybe in some cases, you know, your parents don't want you to play video games and you grow up to be someone who is not very interested in computers and all that, and you end up, I don't know, being an outdoors person. I think that also happens, right? I have a lot of friends whose parents were totally against video games and they never got into it. They were very much outdoors people and enjoying, you know, the real life, I guess, over the virtual one. Me, I was interested in video games anyway. I was fascinated when I was watching games out of friends or seeing an arcade machine in you know, bars or whatever. I'm saying bars, but like I didn't frequent bars when I was a kid, but there was like the local, you know, tavern in the village where I would go sometimes with my parents, or, you know, or at the pool where they had like arcade machines. Like, I was fascinated by video games. So in that case, yes, my parents fighting against it probably just made me want to play them more. And I would have played them anyway. I would have gotten to them anyway, so yeah. Yeah, Colette. I think that may have played a role in my parents' reluctance as well, but... Oh, I mean, at one point I felt... Oh, you actually fell. Oh, never mind. Sorry, Ben. Hope you're feeling better then. I misread your first message. Yeah, Shepard, that's nice. Yeah, it's totally fine, Ben. Don't worry. Yeah, I mean, ultimately, I found my way to video games, and I'm very glad I did. I will always thank my grandmother for getting me an NES when she did, even if my mom was mad about it. Because what would my life have been if not for video games? I don't know. Maybe I'd be rich and successful right now. And miserable. I don't know. Who knows? Maybe I'd be happier. It's impossible to know the consequences of our actions. Unlike now, yeah, I mean, I could see myself being a lot more miserable than I am. I could have been successful without WoW. I have a feeling a lot of people feel that way. A lot of people who got into WoW in their, say, late teens, early 20s probably feel that way. Yeah. I never got that bad into WoW myself. I played it quite a bit, but it never, like, I was already sort of working at the time, so... 5 years of college thanks to WoW. Wait, is there a word missing? Do you mean that you did 5 years instead of less? Maybe I'm missing some context to understand the sentence there. Ah, standard 4 years. Okay. Yeah, it's a bit different here. Like the standard college experience is 3 years for a bachelor, 5 for a master, and however much for a PhD, right? But that's why I didn't get it. And yet, now you're about to work for that very video game that cost you a year of your life. Do you have Stockholm Syndrome, Captain Dax? Is that what's happening? Are you trying to get revenge from the inside? Are you gonna sink World of Warcraft? My dad is a big fan of that particular irony. It is irony, yes. In this case, it is very much an ironic situation. Me thinks you're trying to sink the company from the inside as revenge. Can't think any further. I would disagree with that. I'm 36 and I'm now finally getting diagnosed with autism and ADHD. Hey, congrats on the diagnosis. That's... I'm sure it feels good to have, you know, proper diagnosis for stuff you've been experiencing most of your life. I've heard, I don't know how frequent that is, but I've heard from a lot of people, like including one of my exes got diagnosed with ADHD, and her symptoms got worse after she was diagnosed. And apparently that's a common thing. I don't know exactly how it works, but... That's awesome, Anktar. Alright, I'm opening that door. Let's get going. Maybe RCZ, yeah. Maybe it feels like the symptoms are more present because you notice them more. I don't know. Almost there. I was still going. What the fuck, game? Alright, I'm going in. Why would you... Well... I was assuming we'd...
Yeah? What do you want? Oh, fuck it. I said 1,000 times that I don't want any junkies at my door. If you want to score, man, you gotta fucking call first. Come on. Beat it.
I missed the input. I waited too long. Okay, he seems to be a bit of an asshole, frankly.
Fuck! Are you deaf or what? I said get out of here! You're gonna cause me trouble, and I don't like. Hey, take it easy, man. Huh? Keep cool. What do you want? Dope? Money?
But he's a drug dealer?
Tell me what you need. I'm sure we can make a deal, huh?
Oh shit!
Your brains out, you son of a bitch!
Oh god!
You think you come into my house and steal my dope? You're gonna be shooting up in hell, motherfucker!
Whoa, not the guitar!
Stop! Fuck off! Move it!
Okay. This situation is very different. God damn it. This is very reminiscent of The Professional.
Leave your body. I can hit.
Oh.
Hold it, man. I give you whatever you want. Got dope? Got cash? You want some dope? Please. Please don't kill me, man. I got children.
Ah, come
These
on.
my girls, see? This one's Sarah. And a little one. That's Cindy. Please, man. I want to see them again. Please. Please don't shoot.
Oh my god, dude. Is the stream lagging for anyone else? I'm not dropping frames, at least. All those shotgun misses, I know, that dude's a fucking stormtrooper. Yeah, Nas, maybe. Oh, man. He's a piece of garbage. And he tried to kill me. But he does have children. Also, he was kind of defending himself, right? I pulled a gun on him. So. Yeah, I think it's a pretty interesting thing, Bet, right? I was just about to comment that I think the way they made the character into a sort of asshole, I was like, this is kind of like, it's making me feel like they're trying to justify the player killing them, right? In a way that's a little too easy. And then suddenly I realize, oh no, we're in a kid's room. And that's when I'm like, okay, that's pretty clever. Because now, yeah, the dude seems to be a fucking douchebag, and he's a drug dealer, apparently. But it adds that layer of morality, of the guilt of taking a father from, his children. So completely switches the whole thing. And while the character being a bit of a douchebag makes it justifiable for the player to kill him, there's still that layer that also makes you question, your action on a bit of a deeper level, right? Having kids doesn't make you less of a dude. Yeah, that's not the point, though, right? My actions are not just affecting this man that I could kill, no matter how much of an asshole he is. It affects the life of his children as well, who he's likely providing for. And maybe they love him. Who knows? Again, I think the you know, that scene really reminds me of Professional, Leon, like the Luc Besson movie, right? That first scene in the movie. But yeah, I'm the one who came in and pulled the gun. So the fact that he defended himself with a shotgun to me does not really mean anything, right? It's not playing a part in the decision there. It's mostly about the fact that, he's a drug dealer, most likely not a great person. Bonus point if they discover his body. Wow, geez. Okay, Mrs. Scratch is a psychopath. Noted. You play as you, or more like what would the character Ethan do? I think a bit of both. I generally get pretty immersed in games, so like my personal feelings and emotions tend to play a big role in how I'm playing a character, especially when it's like a game where the character is sort of a blank slate. In this case, Ethan has a bit more of a personality, right? He's a bit more of a tangible character. I'm trying to also look at it from his perspective. I know this is a very sneaky pause, by the way. And I do feel kind of bad for it. But I don't think I can kill him. He had to play the fucking kids card, and I think that's gonna save him. Especially again, it doesn't seem like this is my last resort. I have more paths to saving my kid. And I don't think taking that man's life is gonna
I'm a father too. But I'm no killer.
I don't think it's that simple though, Squidgy, man. Unfortunately, as someone who worked, with drug addicts and was sort of in that world for a bit by working with people on both sides of the equation, it's unfortunately not that simple. I don't think it's that, I'm not defending drug dealers, so we're clear. I just think it's a very complex ecosystem, right? In fact, a lot of drug dealers are just trying to get by, and that's the thing they do. And they have people, with quite literally a gun on their head, like expecting results from them and whatever, right? Because at some point you get into it and then that's it, right? So yeah, I don't think it's, based on what I've seen there, I don't think I can just use that as an excuse to kill the man. Again, it's the question of, it's the massive complexity of the question of responsibility, right? Very complex question. Can you imagine your son's life at stake? Yeah, but that's the thing, right, Sorrel? It doesn't... Me not doing this doesn't directly lead to, it's not like the killer is going to kill my son if I don't do that now, right? There's a failure state in the game designed by the killer. Again, when I say game here, I don't mean the video game. I mean the game inside the game, right? So I feel like, I don't know. A lot of this game is about again, like the Ethan's theme in the game is guilt. I feel like this would just add even more guilt to the character, and that's probably what makes me make that decision. Is I felt like I'm still traumatized by the guilt of losing my first son, and now being torn by the guilt of losing the second one. It feels like adding an extra layer of guilt for killing a father would probably not be the right play. Cage kudos? Yeah, that was pretty good. I will give a Cage kudos to that one. That was a decent, well-made, tense, moral decision scene. I liked it. What's up, Svorkin? I think the chase and the shotgun shooting was a bit silly, but it's a video game. It has to be. There have to be like gameplay moments like that, I guess. Yeah, of course, Sorrow. Of course. And listen, it's an interesting thing. Would I feel differently if I played that scene if I had kids myself? Maybe. That could be something, right? Maybe I would feel differently about the whole, situation if I had kids of my own. It's easier when it's a video game, absolutely. Yeah, suck in a jar. All right, let's keep going. Madison, apparently, is the next scene. Are we finally going to learn a bit more about Madison and what her point for being in the story is?
Matt, it's Sam. I got your information. The owner of the apartment in Marble Street is a Dr. Adrian Baker. He's a struck-off surgeon. He used to sell drugs to junkies on the quad. He made some cash and bought up some cheap-ass apartments, including the one in Marble Street. Of course, he got caught. He did a few months in prison and was struck off the medical register.
Interesting. Thanks for the information, Sam. I owe you one.
Hey, Matt, be careful, okay?
I'm on it. Talk to you later.
What the fuck am I doing?
The owner of the apartment
Wait.
where Ethan cut off his finger lives here. It's not much of a lead, but it's all I've got.
Am I investigating? Like, am I trying to find who owned the apartment because maybe it could be the Origami Killer because they own that apartment? I mean, that's a lead, yes, but why am I investigating it? Is Madison an undercover cop of some kind? Like, I still don't have any explanation of what she's doing and why. I'm so upset. What's up, Zia? How are you doing today? Cover.
I'm gonna act all doped up. I hope he goes for the bait.
Oh, drugs.
Gotta find some way to get him to talk about the Marble Street apartment.
Oh, this time I controlled the camera. Interesting. Yeah. Furniture photographer turned nurse turned PI. Normal career path. Yeah, I still don't fucking understand that character at all. I'm hoping there's some kind of revelation or plot twist or whatever, because so far this is... I don't know. I'm really struggling to find a justification. What a weird fucking house. Some old tapestry. Yeah, Soro. I do mind when it's a protagonist, right? I feel like a protagonist, I should be able to relate to them. I can't relate to a character if I don't know what their motivations are and what they're actually doing. So in this case, I'm not a big fan. Very little, Ilse. We don't know much about her or her motivations or what she's doing in the story. And in fact, whenever she sort of herself questioned why she was helping Ethan, she was like, I don't know why I'm helping him. She seems to have a bit of a savior complex, maybe, but yeah, exactly, Lonigan. It's very frustrating. I hope there's an actual reason. Yeah, I mean, maybe there's going to be a sort of twist at some point, but it's a bit of a pulpy story, perspectives from many characters, each having more or less info. Good convo for later. I think I'd be more okay with it if this was a movie, right, Captain Dax? Because then sort of unfolding the mystery of it becomes part of the sort of, you know, the fun of the experience. I think the fact that you're supposed to play her and make decisions for her and all of that, right? I feel like this is harder, maybe impossible to do if you don't know what her, you know, what her deal is, I guess. Yeah, bet. I don't know. I'm trying to find like similar examples in media. Hmm. Yeah. In a way, and I'm trying to, you know, I'm trying to be fair and give the game the benefit of the doubt there, but the way the game frames the thoughts and the way we have access to the inner thoughts of the characters makes it so that you feel like you're connected to them and you can then live the story with them and make those decisions. And the fact that she sort of, her thoughts seem completely devoid of any motivation or like actual importance, meaning in the story, makes it feel like there's two solutions. Either she doesn't really have a role in the story, in which case I'm pretty mad about it, because is she just there to be an attractive woman character? Was there no woman character originally and people were like, you probably should have a woman in there, and so he added one? Again, I have no idea, right? I'm just speculating. Or is it a case of there's going to be a twist concerning her? But in which case, having access to her thoughts and her thoughts not revealing that is a sort of betrayal of the established contract with the player, right? I feel weird about it. I don't like it too much. And again, it comes down to that thoughts system, which I really don't like. I think it would be better without it. Yeah, Goose. They considered letting the backstory of finding Nemo, a carnivore fish, ate Marlin's wife and his kids to save Nemo, making him an overprotected. That come as a midway twist. Can imagine that the version of that film would make the protagonist seem like a jerk for most of the movie. Yeah, I definitely think it would have made Marlin feel a lot less likable, right? And especially like considering the movie is probably going to be targeted at kids, I don't think a lot of kids can relate to that. You know, maybe a lot of parents would look at it and be like, oh, well, he's just an overprotective dad. I have kids. I understand what he's doing. Even without the twist, right, of the revelation that he lost his other kids and all that, right? Just an overprotective. As a parent, you can probably relate to that. But the movie is mostly targeted at children. They need a more clear-cut, like, moral sort of alignment for the characters, right? So they can relate and enjoy them. So I think in the case of Finding Nemo, this is a very good option. Now, let's think about... and I think about that because it reminds me of that. Manchester by the Sea. I'm not going to spoil the story or the twist of Manchester by the Sea, which is my favorite movie of all time. You only really understand the character and his behavior because of a midpoint scene, right? There's a big midpoint scene that sort of explains the character. And before that, he does come off as a bit of an asshole. But it's a movie for adults. It's different. We can accept a bit more of, you know, like... you know, we can more easily accept, like, a protagonist that's not too likable, right? And then when you get to the midpoint of the movie and you understand what's going on, it absolutely devastates you. It's such a fantastic movie. If you haven't seen Manchester by the Sea, high recommendation. Some of the strongest acting performances I've ever seen, and just in general, a beautifully written movie about grief. I mean, that's the thing, Drama, right? Unless the thoughts lied to me. She said herself she didn't know why she helped Ethan. So unless the thoughts lied to me, which would be weird, then yeah, I mean, she doesn't know why she's helping him. There's no, like, there shouldn't be any weird twist like she's helping him because... whatever the reason be, right? Yeah. That's why I would prefer there not being any inner thoughts. I feel like, and not just for that, but I feel like the inner thoughts are just redundant most of the time. I would rather the game work through subtext and visual storytelling, but oh well. Are we gonna be Rex if we watch it? Yes. I mean, it depends on your personality, right, Sorrow? But the midpoint of Manchester by the Sea had me ugly crying for 15 minutes in front of my screen while I was watching it. So. Cage has issues with show don't tell. Which is wild because he's fucking writing video games, which are the ultimate show don't tell like medium. You have so many ways of showing things. Visually, with the gameplay, like there's so many ways of showing so many interesting things. Oh well. Like, you can have the player, you know, observe things close up, like move things around, look at objects, faces, whatever, in so many different ways. I don't know. Anyway, let's find this person here. I wonder if it's related. They said this was the guy that owned the apartment was a doctor, but he like provided drugs for dealers. I wonder if that's related to the guy we almost just killed. Maybe there's something interesting that sort of, you know, maybe this is an interesting tapestry that we'll be able to see by the end of it all.
Hi. I was told that you could get Bitropin without a prescription.
Sorry, you were misinformed. Goodbye.
Hold on. I really need your help here. I can pay.
Well, why didn't you say so? Please, come in.
Nice shirt, nerd. His shirt looks like his fucking wallpaper.
So, you're looking for Bitropin, my dear? Are you having trouble sleeping? How much do you need?
I don't know, about 3-4 boxes.
Well, no, that shouldn't be a problem. Would you like a drink? I was just about to have one.
No.
No, thanks.
Well,
Getting a drink in a drug dealer's house is probably a bad idea. Just saying.
alcohol helps take the edge off the pills, don't you think? Anyway, we should drink a toast to our first deal.
No. Okay, red flag.
I haven't seen you around here before. Who told you about me?
Okay, not gonna lie, I'm surprised he sat on the other side of the fucking seat. I was expecting him to sit in the middle, very close to us. Maybe I'm misjudging him. Evade, change subject, vague.
I can't remember. My brain's fried with all these pills. Can't tell Dave from Night half the time.
Clients?
Do you have many clients?
I should have went for medicine.
Few. I help to ease their anxiety. Get my handsman off, thin enough.
He looks like Colin Mockery. Dude, I was thinking he reminds me of someone. I cannot put my finger on it. You nailed it. That's exactly who he reminds me of. Holy shit. I could not put my fucking... Oh, God. He looks exactly like him. Oh, man. He's less funny, though. Yeah. It's a Blackbird. I'm wearing a shirt almost exactly like that, but blue. Maybe I just like wallpaper. Hey, I'm sure you're pulling it off. Don't let this man ruin it for you, Blackbird. All right.
Hardworking enough. I reassure those who find the system too difficult. I'm like a safety valve that keeps society from imploding.
Are you trying to morally... Okay. That is wild what he just said.
I heard you had some apartments for rent. I'm looking.
Sorry, darling. Those are all booked up.
Shame. I was looking for something around Marble Street.
Okay, you're being a little too obvious. She's terrible at this.
You're not drinking?
No.
I'm not really thirsty.
I'll get your prescription. It won't be a moment. Wait here.
Oh shit.
That guy gives me the creeps.
Yes.
I better take a look around to see if I can find anything before he gets back. Could the doc be the origami killer?
I mean...
There's something about the way he... The doc seems to be interested in property, amongst other things.
What's up, Risa?
He seemed to be upset that I wouldn't drink. I get the feeling I did the right thing.
Yeah, that was a red flag, alright.
Looks
For
like
sure.
he retired a bunch of medical supplies on his way out. There's enough sleeping pills here to knock out an army.
Huh? How many of them do you think were in your drink?
Maybe a quick look behind those doors. I'll make up some lies if he finds me.
Dude, the controls, I'm gonna fucking scream.
Quick. I gotta find something.
Oh. Dude, I swear those controls, man. Paco? Blue Lagoon. Did it say Paco?
Don't make a sound. He's near. Surgical gowns? I thought he stopped performing operations. Must be some kind of a weird nostalgia for the past.
Yeah, or... I don't know. Oh man, that's creepy as fuck. I should probably leave, right? I don't know, man. This is... Yeah, that's good. I can pretend I had to use the bathroom. Ah! Oh my fucking god! What?
We're gonna have some fun together, my darling.
Ah!
I promise.
No! I wanted to... Oh, I should have just left. I should have just left. God damn it. Do we know his name? Should we call him Colin? His name may have been mentioned, but I don't remember. When we were getting the call from Sam, our friend, or whatever. Who was Sam, by the way? Why is he giving us like information on all of this? Do we have a friend in the police? I think she's an undercover cop. Honestly, I think she's an undercover cop, but it doesn't explain why she's like. I hate David Cage so much, dude. We still have no clear motivation to why Madison is doing this, and yet she keeps getting. She keeps getting into all those situations where she's being attacked, abused, assaulted for the sake of the plot. I hate it. None of this is earned. None of this is justified. This is just fucking Cage bullshit. He can't write women to save his fucking life. I hope it gets better in Beyond Two Souls. I know Beyond Two Souls has a woman main character. I expect her to be interesting. Yeah, Bishless, for sure. What's up, Fates? How are you doing? She's a nosy little ferret. I am a nosy little ferret, and we're gonna have fun together, apparently, according to that guy. I'm giving a strike to that scene for the stereotypical psychopathic doctor or whatever. I hate that stereotype. It's annoying. Hate it. That's what Colin said. That's true. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, God.
Say hello to Matthew. He claimed he had come to the census. Another one of those goddamn government spies. So, you're interested in my Marble Street apartment. I rented to my friend Paco, if you must know. I have no idea what he does there.
Who the fuck is Paco?
Maybe that's where he fornicates with his dancers from the Blue Lagoon.
Oh my God, I'm doing exercise.
To be honest, I don't give a damn. Just as long as he pays his rent, he can do whatever he likes. But enough with the chat. I missed surgery, you see, so I take every opportunity to practice.
This is fucked up.
I don't have any instruments here, so I use whatever comes to hand. I hope you won't hold that against me.
Oh my God, this is... Okay, this is such a caricature. This is like Halloween horror movie caricatures. Like, it... I don't know. The game was pretty grounded so far, right? Outside of a few sort of... But this is like completely over the top camp. It's so silly.
Hold tight. This might sting him.
Can I do anything?
Have you ever noticed?
Fucking
as
hell.
soon as you start to do a little housework, someone always comes calling. I'll get rid of our visitor and be right back. Don't move. I won't be long.
God damn it! I'm shaking! I'm shaking!
Hello, sir. I've come to bring you the word of the Lord in the form of these magnificent Bibles, which I will gladly leave with you in return for a contribution of only $5.
Oh my God, what am I doing?
No thanks, I love
Come now, brother. Do not believe the word of the Lord is of no interest to you. We, his humble flock, should walk in his steps, for St. John has said.
Please!
Thanks a lot, but I don't need it.
No! Dude! It wouldn't work! Oh my lord! Oh jeez! I fucked it up. I fucked it up! Oh god. Hold on, I need... Oh, jeez. Okay. Oh, my lord. I thought we were done for here. I fucked up a few of them, right? Those, like, quarter circle, like, half circles I had to do a couple times there that I fucked up. I was really sure we were gonna... Oh, man. I would have been very mad if the character had died here, and that was it. And we never learned what her fucking role actually was. I would have been so upset. What's up, Neutral? How are you doing? Sorry your trains were late. What's up, Keo? Good to see you. Dude, that fight was crazy, though. Oh my lord. What if he had kids? Well, fuck him. Yeah, Captain Dax. It's one of those things, like... It was weirdly cartoonish, and, like, you know, the sort of implied sexual stuff was a bit gross, but the action was good. Again, like, those fight scenes feel, you know, those fight scenes feel like one of the best implementation of QTEs I've ever seen. The movements you have to do feel correct. They feel appropriate for what's happening on the screen, and it's done in a way that doesn't prevent you from actually seeing what's happening. It's done in a way that makes you more aware of what's happening, as opposed to, again, Fahrenheit, where I was mentioning how the Simon Says stuff was sort of distracting you from the action. Like, I could only either play or watch, right? Here, it makes you look at the important things, so you kind of get a really good sense of what's happening while you're playing the game, which is great. Honestly, I'm super impressed by this. Scampy, but not in a good way. Yeah, I mean, you know, and again, like I'm not. It's one of those things again, right? Fates and Dax. It's obviously creepy psychopath, perverted psychopath like this exist, right? That's unfortunately something that happens. Maybe not as cartoonish as that, but like in the general idea, right? And in a vacuum, it's a fine decision to have a character like that or a scene like that. But when it comes to David Cage, it's a pattern of having the women characters go through stuff like that all the fucking time. And it's so annoying because it feels like it's the only way that he knows how to create tension and conflict around his women character. Instead of giving them something interesting, they're fetishized, if that makes sense. I hate that. But anyway. I wish I was as good as QTEs as good at QTEs as you. Well, I don't know. It's definitely I've missed a few there. I don't think we were that far from actually failing this shit, Bishless. But yeah, I'm usually pretty okay at video games, I guess. Oh, I was about to read that, but I'm assuming I should probably rather not. I don't know. Are you enjoying the game? Yeah. I mean, listen, the scorecard is very much like indicating that this game is a lot better than Fahrenheit. Now, I will say, Fahrenheit. I was sort of enjoying Fahrenheit in the sense that it was so bad that it was good, right? And I had fun like playing just for the silliness of it. This one's a bit more. It's better. It's a bit more grounded. It feels like that the story makes more sense. There's actual themes. The characters, most of them have motivations and they're interesting. And there's some pretty well done tense scenes. So the game is a lot better. Am I enjoying playing it more or less than Fahrenheit? I don't know. It may be a fact where Fahrenheit was so bad that it was more fun playing, right? This one, I'm in a way, even though it has less weaknesses, I'm more aware of them. They bother me more because it's so close to being actually really good, right? If that makes sense. I don't know if my process makes sense, Kyo, but I'm still having a blast playing and talking about the story and all those things, you know. It's a good time. For sure. What's up, Tyler, the creator Lover 5? That's a name. Is this game any good? It's worth playing. I was planning on playing it since I got it for free with Detroit Become Human. I mean, have you played Detroit Become Human yet? If you have and you enjoyed it, I'm sure you will enjoy this one as well. It's a David Cage game, right? There's no, you know what you're getting into, I guess, if you've played any of them, right, Tyler? So yeah, I mean, you had it for free. It's not a very long game. You can start playing it. You will know from the first 2 hours or even 30 minutes if it's a game that you will enjoy or not, right? So yeah, just get in, play it, see if you like it. I think it's a very flawed game personally, but I'm still enjoying playing them. Yeah, Fates, of course, they're not as cartoonishly evil, and that's the problem, right? If they were, you could avoid them very much easily. Yeah, no worries, Sworkin. Thanks for understanding. I don't know what it was, but it seems like it was just a detail, so. Not a big deal at all. Have you played by anything by Hazel Light? I've played A Tale of Two Sons, yes. I haven't played A Way Out or It Takes Two. I didn't think Brothers was that great. I know a lot of people really liked it. I didn't think it was that great. I played it back in 2013 or 14. I'm pretty sure I played it on stream too. Brothers. It was okay. I thought it was a well-crafted beautiful game with a simple story and interesting themes. I don't know. It didn't really do much for me, I guess. Bad. I wish I liked Brothers more than I did, I guess. The mechanics changing was very cool to me. You mean in Brothers, Ilse? Yeah, no, for sure, Bishless. I think it's a very fun ride to go through, as flawed as they may be, right? To me, it's a bit like watching a B movie, right? A silly action movie or horror movie that you know is not going to be good cinema, but you're still having a great time, right? And you try to sort of suspend your disbelief, which is how I would probably approach this game if I wasn't streaming it with the intent of doing the whole narrative analysis stuff, which was the plan of the Cageathon, right? If I was just playing it for the fun of it, I'd suspend my disbelief, I'd ride the whole fucking thing, and I'd have a lot of fun with it. I'm still having a lot of fun with it, but at the same time, the plan of the Cageathon was to go deep into the narrative stuff and dissect the games, right? So I'm doing what I'm supposed to do here. But don't let it detract from the fact that I'm very much having a great time playing it. And the tension really works. I really thought I was about dead there. But good twist. Well done. Right. Ilse. Yeah, I think that was interesting. Yeah. I guess maybe I was expecting more, ultimately. All right, let's continue. So we're with Norman Jayden. I think we're investigating the car, right? Wait, can I not take the gun that's in my... No, Jayden, take the gun. Guess not. Cryptocaine.
Cuba Tryptocaine. Got it in my pocket.
Oh, that's good. Cold.
Goddamn rain. Soaking wet.
Blake.
Blake wasn't in the office when I left. Don't think I'm gonna miss him.
Sean.
24 hours. I've got less than 24 hours if I want to find Sean Mars still alive.
Okay. Withdrawal.
Feeling sick. Got the sweats. Hands are shaking. Hope this works out alright.
Scrapyard.
The scrapyard. Good a place as any to tinker with stolen cars.
Car.
Mad Jack is suspected of stealing the car I'm looking for. Might be worth asking him a few questions.
Mad Jack.
Mad Jack, a.k.a. Jackson Neville. This guy's got a criminal record as long as my arm. Better be careful.
Feeling. God, there's so many of those thoughts and
This is one fucked up sort of place. I'll question Neville and get the hell out of here.
Did I just sneeze?
Jeez, won't this rain ever let up? I won't be coming here on vacation. That's for goddamn sure.
See, what's the point of that line? Do we really need that? Like, was that necessary for any reason whatsoever? I needed that? Yeah. Yeah, the big character development of knowing that Norman Jayden is not gonna come to whatever city this is on vacation. Vacation planning QTE, yeah. Yeah, his accent is really weird, foolish. It feels like he's not a native English speaker, but I don't know.
Better have a word with the guy on the bulldozer.
Oh, and now I'm sick. Oh yeah, there's a bulldozer there.
Hey, Cracker!
Oh,
What you doing in there?
Norman
What?
Jaden, FBI. Can we talk for a minute?
Yeah?
I'm looking for the owner of a blue Chevrolet Malibu 83. I don't give a damn how the car got here, whether you stole it or not. I just want to know who bought it from you.
Sorry, man. Don't ring a bell. I got a real bad memory for names.
Perhaps I can help you to remember. If we find out that you sold the car to the man we're looking for, you're looking at some pretty solid time inside, Jackie boy.
You trying to scam me with your big talk? I never saw your damn car. Now take a walk.
that's it? Oh, I was expecting a lot worse. Suspicious?
Not much help, this so-called Mad Jack. He's either clean as a whistle, or else he's got something to hide.
Distrust.
I don't trust this guy.
Chevrolet.
The blue Chevrolet is my only lead.
Ari?
Better have a look with Ari. You never know.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that character of Mad Jack. We'll see. I have a feeling that's not it. That's not it, like we're gonna have more with him, right? But... Merry Christmas? Okay. Wait, does he sleep here? What the fuck?
Fingerprints. Probably Mad Jack's.
Armed man, dangerous person. Okay.
Size 10. Most likely a visitor.
Okay.
Not the car I'm looking for.
Oh, what is that?
Blood. Now why is there blood here?
Thank you, Ben. I hope you didn't hear. I thought I muted myself, but... Wait, is the blood leading to whatever... Hold on. Is there something melting in there, like in some sort of... Is this some kind of Breaking Bad vat of acid type thing? Hold on. A lot of blood stuff in here. Uh-oh. Oh. Right. Yeah, Captain Dax. I cannot believe... I still think about that episode where... I'm trying to be a little vague to not spoil too much to anyone who hasn't watched Breaking Bad yet, but that episode where the ceiling collapses, right? So funny. God, I laughed so hard. And it's so fucked up, but it makes... Dude. It is such a funny thing, even though it's the most disgusting thing I've ever seen in a TV show, probably.
Size 10. Most likely a visitor.
What happened to Madison? We almost died. We almost got killed by the fucker we investigated. But we thankfully killed him and made it out alive.
Gary, comment. Traces of orchid pollen in the air inside the garage.
Uh-oh. Okay.
Same brand of tire as the car I'm looking for. Has the killer's car been here?
Ah. We're actually finding some evidence. No, my favorite scene in Breaking Bad, and I think the funniest, even in retrospect, is the breakfast or dinner scene with Jesse at Walter's house, when he's just drinking his water while they're arguing. God, that scene gets me every time. It is so funny. Oh. The cringe. I don't know, I guess I'm cringe immune. I can watch this and just laugh about it. I've watched enough of The Office. I'm immune to the cringe. Oh. I'm surprised I'm just investigating all of this and Mad Jack is letting me do. Based on the way he interacted with me, I would have assumed that he wanted me to leave. And he wouldn't be happy with me like just messing around his garage, but... Oh. Yeah, Unkthar. So you probably can't watch The Office, right? You wouldn't make it through the dinner party scene. Probably.
Size 13. Must be Mad Jack's size.
Wow, got big feet. Alright, I think that's it. Oh, wait. No, wait. This one's still lit up. There we go. You don't know the scene? Probably good for you. Yeah, no, the dinner party scene in The Office is one of the worst. There is one scene in The Office that I think a lot of people don't mention when they mention their cringiest scene. And I know that I can't remember it, but I know there was one point last time I rewatched the series, I was like, this is the cringiest scene for me, and nobody ever mentions it. But I forgot what it was. I'm gonna have to rewatch The Office soon. Oh, I can actually look in there. I feel like this is gonna be bad news. I don't know, man. Always Sunny. I haven't watched Always Sunny. Wait, is Always Sunny in Philadelphia like a sort of cringe humor style thing, like The Office? Everyone always says it's one of the best shows they've ever seen, but yes? Oh man, now I want to watch it. But darker? Oh hell yeah. This sounds exactly like my jam. It's great. Brooklyn Nine-Nine. Yeah, Brooklyn Nine-Nine was good. I didn't think Brooklyn Nine-Nine had any, like, cringe things, though. Like, that, not the same kind of humor, I guess. But Brooklyn Nine-Nine is fantastic. I love it. The recurring Halloween episodes with the, you know, who's the greatest human or whatever contest they do every time is the heist. The Halloween heist is always my favorite. Also the Doug Judy episodes. All those like recurring things that happen year after year. So good. I've heard It's Always Sunny described as something where you watch it rooting against the main characters because they're always up to stupid shit. My fave sitcom is Community, probably. Community was great, yeah. I was very fond of Community, especially the first few seasons. I really loved the, what was it, like the Pillow Fort episode where they have like this, or which one is the one where the entire school becomes like a pillow fort, and they have like all those areas and they're, you know, fighting over territory and all that. That one was sick. They've done several, yeah. The paintball, yeah. Which is basically being ashamed for someone else. There's not a straight translation for it. Secondhand embarrassment, maybe? Yeah. It's not a one word, right? But the end of the fucking world. I think that's been on my radar. I haven't watched it yet. I guess so, Warren, yeah. The problem is there's always more coming out, right? At some point you gotta watch it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what would be my favorite comedy show. Probably The Good Place, I think. Ted Lasso, maybe. My favorite show overall is The Leftovers, as we've previously discussed. If you've been on that channel before, you know that how much I love The Leftovers, but yeah, comedy show, probably Ted Lasso or The Good Place. I think The Good Place wins. Just because it's such a perfect TV show from start to finish. Entourage? I've never watched that. Dark? I haven't seen Dark yet. I hear good things about it. I'll have to watch The Good Place. Yeah, I mean, Archeesy, the Good Place is fantastic. You will... A lot of the themes and conversations we've had on this channel over the... You know, over the years or months or even weeks, you will recognize some of those themes being discussed in The Good Place. It's such a great show. Yeah, Foolish Flames. The Leftovers is... It's definitely one of those shows where I don't think there's a single scene, moment in the show that I would remove. It's perfect writing from start to finish. Every word is where it should be. Everything has meaning. It's... God, what a show. Jesus. So The Leftovers was originally a novel. And the writer of the novel worked on the show with one of the Lost writers and showrunners. Yes. There's not a lot in common between the two shows, though. I guess there you could see a few similarities, but they're coincidental, right? They were already in the novel, so. Performances are goated. Oh yeah, no, I mean, the performances in The Leftovers for a TV show are really, really top notch. The character of Nora, the acting is just. I always mention the same scene, but that beach ball anecdote scene in season 3 of The Leftovers is one of my favorite acting performances ever. Like I'm having goosebumps just mentioning it. It's such a good scene. The entire theme of the show just summarized in one little anecdote, and it's so good. Yeah, thank you, Tenbug. I forgot we had that. Thank you. My top 3 performances of all time. Yeah. And nobody even remembers that scene. I've talked to people that have seen The Leftovers. Nobody remembers the beach ball scene. And it to me, it's like probably one of the most important scenes of the show. Yeah, Zendaya in Euphoria is incredible. The door scene in season 1 was heartbreaking. As someone who has worked with like drug addicts and has seen some moments of crisis and all that, that scene was insane. I legitimately felt like I wasn't watching a TV show. And that she was actually like going through a you know, like a proper crisis. Like it was so realistic, absolutely insane down to the smallest details. Having been on, you know, on the other side of a door from that scene, not as a dealer but a different context, I can tell you it was absolutely perfect. She really studied well for that scene. Yeah, Euphoria is legit. Like it's a really good TV show. I have a couple of issues with the show in general, but it's very, very strong. Took me 3 tries to watch The Good Place because the protagonist is so annoying, which happens to be on purpose. Yeah, yeah. She's meant to be a, you know, a pain in the ass. Love her. What an amazing character. I haven't seen Challengers. Yeah, I don't know. I mention it every time we talk about TV shows, but I still need to finish. I still need to finish watching The Bear. I've only seen season 1, and I really want to see more. Season 1 was really, really good. You know, Bitchless, I can't blame you for that, Bitchless. It on the surface, I understand why you would think that, right? But it's actually not. It's a really interesting show about addiction, about mental health, trauma, so many different really dark themes. It just happens to be a show about teenagers, right? But it's not like a teen drama. It's not like Dawson's Creek or anything, right? It's actually really dark and super interesting. I haven't seen season 2, no. Gotta remind people once again, better watch The Nick sooner or later. Thank me after. Let's see. Ooh, interesting. I am definitely keeping that in the list somewhere. That seems really cool. I like the premise. have a bunch of problems with Euphoria. Not gonna get into that right now. Hey, you can feel free to do so if you want, but again, I haven't seen season 2, so if some of that maybe involves that, we'll put it to another conversation. But I can imagine some of the problems with some of the characterization and, you know, I can see some questionable stuff in Euphoria, but yeah. Succession, never seen it. I've heard of it obviously, but yeah, haven't watched it yet. Mike Flanagan. I'm just gonna check who that is because I'm not sure that I know who it is. Oh, dude, that's the dude that wrote and directed Geralt's Game. Hell yeah. Okay. I haven't seen a lot of his other stuff, but Geralt's Game is a masterpiece. Holy crap. And it's not a movie I think about a lot, but Jesus, that fucking movie was great. Has great TV shows. Yeah, maybe I should look into it. I have too many things to watch, but yeah. Yeah, Geralt's Game was so fucking good. Oh my god. That trial scene at the end, just thinking about it. Ugh. What a movie. But yeah, I haven't seen any of his other things, I think. I should probably. I really like the one movie I saw from him, so. Developing a series based on Carrie? Interesting. Hill House? Okay. Okay. Hill House. Interesting. I'm quite a big fan of horror, so, you know, I don't watch too much of it. Like, I'm not someone who watches all the things when they come out and everything, but I quite like it every time, so. I was a huge fan of horror when I was younger. I sort of... I'm a bit less intense about it these days. Like, I don't watch everything that comes out. But I used to be a horror fiend in the, late 90s, early 2000s, right? I was a teenager when Scream sort of, you know, relaunched the entire horror genre and slasher movies and all that, so I was really big into those when I was younger, obviously. But yeah, I've sort of fallen out of what, like, keeping up with all the horror stuff that comes out recently. There's been a lot of horror in the last few years, hasn't there? I feel like there's been a resurgence of horror movies lately. Or maybe I'm just noticing them more. I don't know. What's up, Brian King? How are you doing today? A bit of a renaissance. Yeah, I still need to watch a bunch of, like, the Jordan Peele stuff. That seems interesting. How do you guys feel about that? What's the big movie that came out recently that a lot of people talk about because apparently it's super gore or whatever? It's like a sequel, I think. Terrifier. Terrifier? Am I wrong? I don't know. Yeah, Terrifier? Is that it? Yeah? That just came out, right? I've heard a lot of people enjoy that. Love that series. Okay. 2024 is a good year for horror. Yeah, I don't know. I'm in the mood, you know, in early next year. I'm assuming we're gonna play a lot of the Supermassive games, all the horror, you know, stuff that they've done. I'm assuming that that will put me in a mood to watch a lot of horror movies. I'm never doing it when everyone else is doing it during the month of October, right? I'm going against the current. I'm going against the grain. Everyone's doing horror in October. I'm like, nah. I'll get to that a few months from now. It's highly unhinged and reliant on splatter, which is fine. I don't mind that. Alien Romulus was good. I haven't seen that one yet. I haven't seen the previous one either. What was that? Covenant? The last one, the last thing I've seen from the Alien franchise was Prometheus. And I thought it was okay. I wasn't a huge fan of it, but I thought it was okay. But yeah, I haven't seen any of the more recent Alien stuff. Covenant was awful, yeah. I'll still probably watch them at some point. My favorite Alien is Alien 3, so I'm just putting that out there to create some reaction. Some people are probably throwing their keyboard at the screen right now. What do you mean, Alien 3? How dare you? Yes. It's my favorite. By a pretty good margin, in fact. Alien Resurrection was my favorite when I was 9 or 10. Yeah, Kimmy. Yeah, I haven't heard much of Naz since he started dismantling his keyboard. I'm hoping everything went well. What's up, Ferris? How are you doing today? Yeah, Ferris, if you can, watch the assembly cut. It's sort of a recut version of the movie that is closer to the original script. It's great. I've heard of Longlegs, like I've seen the name Longlegs. I haven't, I don't know what it's about though. Is there spiders in it? Oh, one thing I need to watch and potentially play the game is A Quiet Place. I haven't watched A Quiet Place, and I know there's a game that just came out that seems actually pretty interesting. I don't know, has anyone played that game? Is it worth playing? But I really want to watch the movie first. I've wanted to see hundreds of beavers. That's an interesting sentence out of context. Until Dawn movie coming out? Okay. Hereditary. Usually don't get scared because I can focus on film aspects, but that movie terrified me. The latest... Wait, there's several Quiet Place movies? I wasn't aware. Nobody played the game? I'm just looking for like general opinions from, you know. I don't want to watch the Metacritic score. I want opinions from people I trust. A Quiet Place is working. There's 3 Quiet Place movies at least. 2 Quiet Places. You guys are gonna have to figure that out because those are very different answers. Yeah, Kimmy? Today I learned Daniel trusts chat. I mean... Listen, I can at least give you guys the illusion that your opinions matter, right? One came out in 2018, one in 2020, one this year. That's 3. Okay. Fair enough. Alien Isolation is one of my all-time faves. So you would say, wait, the Quiet Place game has similarities to Alien Isolation? Yes? Ooh. Color me way more interested suddenly. I figured it was going to be something like Outlast or something. But if it's closer to Alien Isolation, I am very interested. Oh yeah, Kyo. That's interesting. It's a prequel? Okay. Well, I have to watch the movies first then. And then I'll maybe play the video game at some point next year. Cool. Okay. So many games to play. God damn it. I have a feeling that next year, early in the year, is going to be a lot of horror and narrative games. I mean, Heavy Rain is sort of horror-ish, right? It's not really a horror game, but it does have some horror elements. Yeah, I'm sure it will, Bishless. I'm looking forward to it. So many games left to play, so few years left to live. I know. There's not enough time in life left for all the games I want to play, the books I want to read, the movies I want to watch, the stuff I want to do, create, play, enjoy. Mortality is a bitch. I've been struggling with the concept since I was 4 years old. And we spend that precious time playing Cage video games. Well, to be fair, we're not playing the game very much right now, but point taken, Scratch. I don't know, you know, Scratch, I can justify it for myself by this is a job, right? I'm just doing this because it's a job. I'm here to make money. A small amount, but still. Isolation is my first look into the Alien universe. Oh man, you have so much to discover, Svorken. The original trilogy is amazing. If you haven't seen it, very strongly recommend it. And then there's AVP. I don't mind AVP. I think they're fun. They're fun movies. Ah, okay, Sportcam. Yeah, the first one's great. I personally think 2 and 3 are amazing for their own reasons. All 3 of them are different movies, right? Different genres. They all have obviously a sci-fi aspect to them and a bit of a horror aspect to them, but the first one's really like a pure slasher horror movie. Second one's an action movie, and the third one's a character drama, right? And they're all great for their respective genres. People consider Aliens the best? I don't think that's true. I don't know. I think there's a pretty decent split of people who prefer the first one. The second one's definitely a bit more popular, I would say. Because it was a big budget action movie, right? But oh shit, yes, Scratch. Silent Hill 2. Oh my god. I cannot wait to play the Silent Hill 2 remake. I'm so excited. Which one's the one David Fincher directed? 3. Which was there was a whole thing with his original vision and script being sort of derailed by the studio and all that, which is why I recommend watching the assembly cut, which sort of tries to recreate the David Fincher vision rather than what the studio sort of manipulated. Have a good one, Ekthar. See you tomorrow, I'm sure. I don't know, Rian King. I haven't seen... I didn't even know there was a Silent Hill movie, honestly. I only knew that the games existed, and I've never played any of them, so... Alright, I should probably look at what's into that whatever this is. Oh yeah, this looks suspicious as fuck. Still haven't seen a good movie based on a video game. No, there is one. Hold on. I remember there being a movie where I was like, this is the best movie based on a video game. But I can't remember what it is. Hold on. Google to the rescue. Movie based on video game. Can we talk about the original Street Fighter movie from the 90s with Jean-Claude Van Damme? I really want to watch Jean-Claude Van Damme movies. I've had that thought the other day. I want to go through all the Van Damme movies from the 80s, 90s, starting with Bloodsport, and just, you know, Kickboxer and all that. What's up, Ikura? Oh, Ninja. Are we talking about Final Fantasy The Spirits Within? That fucking movie is so underrated. For real though. That movie is actually amazing. It is not a like, at the time, I think it didn't really feel like a Final Fantasy thing, because I don't know, it wasn't what I was expecting, I guess, from like a Final Fantasy, you know, point of view. But then I watched it again a few years later, And holy crap, that movie is actually fucking amazing. What's up, Credo? How are you today? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Maybe you know, maybe it aged poorly. Like when I say I rewatched it, that was a few years after, not recently. But I have a very good opinion of that movie. Wait, weren't the Sonic games pretty good? The Sonic movies pretty good? Or is it just people being wrong? All right, Kimmy. Later. Okay, let's see. Mortal Kombat. Gran Turismo? I forgot about that. Oh my god, I forgot they made a Gran Turismo movie. What in the world? Yeah, Advent Children was okay, I think. Have you seen the Minecraft movie trailer? I haven't seen it, but I've seen the memes and the people mocking it. Castlevania was good. Oh, the Edgerunners show was good. I'm not sure. I'm not sure it counts. The Fallout show, I haven't seen it. Oh, the Last of Us show was pretty good, I hear. I haven't seen it either, but I hear it's good. Yeah. I don't know, I haven't seen the Fallout show because the trailer made it look like it felt more like the Bethesda Fallout than the original Fallout. And I'm very much someone who liked the original Fallout and dislikes the Bethesda Fallout quite a bit, but oh yeah, Arcane. Yeah, that's a good example. Arcane is good. Surprisingly, coming from a video game that you know doesn't really lend itself to an actually good story, right? Yeah, Dax. Talking about Fallout. Fallout, yeah. You know, Arcane was fantastic. Like the actual like artistic, all the artistic aspects, right? The animation and the art style, like the art direction in general, is just so grand. Couldn't get into Arcane. Yeah, fair enough. You know. Sometimes it is what it is. Alright, I should probably make some progress in the video game. Can get into One Piece. Oh yeah, no, I... Oh wait, you're talking about the live action thing of One Piece, right? Yeah, Listen, maybe I'll watch the live action One Piece because I'm certainly not watching the anime, that's for sure. There's way too many episodes. I don't have enough time left in my life to watch One Piece. I'm sorry. But maybe the live action TV show, why not? Read the manga instead? Nah, probably not. Yeah, guys, believe it or not, we're actually playing a video game. I'm sorry, I know today was, like, people that are actually here to watch me play the game must be so mad about today. It's been a long time since I have played so little of a game. During a stream. But, you know, at the end of the day, this is supposed to be a, you know, it's a live show. It's about the conversations. The game's just a, you know, pretext to find one another and have a good time, right? Otherwise, I would just do like YouTube playthroughs or whatever. Yeah, Warren. I saw there was one person that's very upset about me not gaming enough, right? I don't know. Maybe someone's forcing them to watch, gun to their head. If that's the case, I'm rooting for you to escape your situation. If you're listening to this. The original Origami Killer trials. Yeah, they're forced to watch a stream of me. Like the final Origami Killer trial is, are you ready to watch the Daniel Matt play your favorite video game for 5 hours? To save your son? Ethan's gonna be like, no, hell nah. Screw Ethan, I'll make another one. I'm not watching this nerd play a video game for 5 hours, are you kidding me? What's up, Fishboy? How are you doing today? Just chatting too. Yapping. No. I started reading One Piece 10 years ago. While I'm still up to date, never regretted a page. I probably wouldn't start now. As a chatter and viewer, I'm entitled to gameplay. Sure, that's an opinion you can have. It's not gonna get you very far around here, but... Listen, Scratch, I've never done that, ever. The longest time we spent on a menu before starting the gameplay was 3 hours and something, I think. I think it was playing Red Dead 2, right? We've never beat that, did we? Yeah, Red Dead Redemption 2. 3 hours, 48 minutes before getting in the game. That was something. Gameplay does not guarantee speed. I remember Baldur's Gate 3 character creation. Yeah, that took 2 streams. 2 full streams for Baldur's Gate 3 character creation. In fact, the second stream I had to start from scratch because you can't save in character creation, right? So basically the first stream was just me reading all the options. and the second stream was me making decisions. It was good. And then after character creation, it was all downhill. Baldur's Gate 3 has never been better than during character creation. That was the best part of the game. And I mean that sincerely. Like, I'm not kidding. I'm not being provocative. That's my legitimate opinion about Baldur's Gate 3. What's up, Atherma? Yeah, Chipmunk. Hey, we'll have a chance to do that all over again when I play Disco Elysium again next year. It's gonna be great. Oh man, can you imagine how hype it's gonna be when Silk Song comes out? I'm not gonna play it right away, but man, I can't wait to play Silk Song. Oh, it's gonna be a good time. I'm doing a reverse, Chipmunk. 1155 instead of 5511. That's my plan. We'll see if that's what I end up doing, but currently that's the plan, at least. Yeah, Rian King. I actually plan on playing Elden Ring full playthrough, start to finish, including DLC, at some point. But that's probably gonna take three months overall. So yeah, I'm sort of not sure when. I don't know, Chipmunk. We'll see. We'll see. One of my goals, Chipmunk, is I actually want to go deep into the narrative themes and all that while I'm playing it, right? And sort of like try to notice the stuff that I maybe missed this time around. I'm obviously gonna see some new stuff probably, but I really want to try to, you know, make sense of all the themes and all that. Yeah, Foolish Flames, man, that makes me excited because obviously that's a worry for me, right? It's like I've already played the game. Am I gonna enjoy it again as much? But I hear a lot of people saying that their second playthrough was almost better, so yeah, Warren, has there been, or anyone else, has there been any news about Silk Song, or are we still completely in the dark there? Feels like it's been years since we were supposed to get updates. Nothing? Wow. That's crazy. Game idea, Stephen King universe, but with new characters, like how Kingdom Hearts did. I mean, a game set in the Stephen King universe could be interesting. It's such a deep, complex world, right? Kagaich, thank you so much for the tier 1, 13 months. Appreciate you. That's a lot of support. Thank you so much. Kagaich, you will be remembered. What's up, Psycho Rider, by the way? Good to see you. Yeah, I don't know what's up with Silk Song. I just hope that it's being, you know, developed and everything's going well, and, you know. I hope it's not a case of weird development issues and then it's gonna come out as a whole fucking mess, and because that would be a shame, right? That would be... I can wait years and years for a good Silk Song release. But do you find King to be a good writer? The actual writing, not the stories? Yeah, okay. I think King has a very impressive narrative voice. has a very unique and specific way to write his stories, right? It has a bit it has a bit of an old school, old-timey narrator vibe to it, but in a way that makes it really enjoyable, I think. Yeah, Credo. I mean, listen, I get that. Maybe you just don't, you know, gel with his way of telling stories, and that's okay, right? Now, I'm not a huge fan of King. I think he has a lot of like interesting novels, but I also think he's written quite a few duds, right? He admits it himself. You know, he was drugged up and not very conscious of what he was doing, and I think it shows. But I think the Dark Tower is just a masterpiece, I think, but you know. It's muted. Yeah, Chipmunk. I don't like reading Sanderson's work outside of Mistborn and the Reckoners. I think the Reckoners was great. I think I'm pronouncing that wrong, but it's alright. I like that trilogy. And I like what I've seen of Mistborn, what I've read of Mistborn. I haven't read Stormlight yet, but I'll get to it at some point, I'm sure. Yeah, Zia. Have you read any of Cornelia Funk's books? Okay, Cornelia Funke. I think she's German, right? Maybe? Yeah. I'm pretty sure I've read some of her stuff. Let me just confirm. Oh, the Ink series. Yeah. No, I have not, actually. But I've seen her books around quite a bit. I don't think I've read any of them, though. No. Reckoners was great. Yeah, I really liked it. What's up, Namot? How are you doing today? Dog walked and same screen. Oh yeah, we've been here for a little bit. Dragon Rider as a kid. Yeah, I was just waiting for you. No, I'm gonna proceed, because I've been wanting to proceed for over 20 minutes, but the conversation was just so interesting. I love talking about stories and media and stuff, and you know. That pose was great. He's working his quads. We're having Norman do a few squats right there. Alright, let's go. Oh! Okay, we have another screen. Those shoes, yeah, these shoes are disgusting. Now, to be fair, if you were living in a world where it's constantly raining and you go to a junkyard, your shoes probably wouldn't be very clean either. For some reason, that was not a surprise at all. Like, I was totally expecting that. Uh-oh.
One of your cop buddies asking too many questions. I had to solder up his little mouth.
Okay, that I did not expect. Oh, well.
Hands on your head, pig. I ain't got time to be playing around with you. Let's just get you out of sight and finish you off.
Oh no! I fucked around and found out. Oh shit! Oh! My Google glasses! Okay, can I just point out that this is 2 scenes in a row where we have a fight with a cartoonish villain. Not great. Not a big fan. I always forget to have my controller like in the air rather than sitting on my lap as I usually do. My hands are resting on my lap because I can't do the movements fast if I need to. Oh, you're fucked now, boy.
Enough fucking around. You're gonna tell me about the man with the blue car.
Go fuck yourself in the ass.
Do it for me. Persist.
I've no time to lose, Jack. I want to know who that car belongs to.
But what you want don't mean shit to me. I ain't no snitch. You better just lock me up now, boy.
Second chance?
Last chance, Jack. Make it easy on yourself.
What you gonna do? You ain't got them killer eyes, so what? You gonna cuff me?
Gasoline? Hold on! Am I gonna... I could take a lesson from Blake here and cover this nerd in gasoline. Maybe I need to learn from Blake here. Yeah, where's Blake when we need police brutality? Exactly. What a sentence. Yeah, we need a dose of police brutality right now. Listen, Stoner, he murdered a cop. He's clearly trying to kill me. This seems fair. I'm just trying to intimidate him. I'm not actually gonna kill him. Impressed. Whoa!
You out of your motherfucking mind, man?
What the fuck?
Oh shit, Jack. Ain't nothing to it. Just a little bit of self-defense. Page 1 of the police manual. Kill or be killed.
Whoa. Stop. Enough. I'm starting to remember some things. You be cool. I'll tell you the tale.
What's up, cheesy?
I don't know nothing about the guy. He wanted me to get rid of his dirty car, get him a new one with false plates. He paid cash, and I ain't the questioning kind. Said I was supposed to drop the word to a guy named Paco down at the Blue Lagoon when the car was...
Okay. Madison heard about Paco. Jaden heard about Paco. Is it all converging? I don't know. Maybe.
Done. Now that's all I know.
We'll continue this discussion down at the station. You're under arrest. You have the right to remain silent. Anything...
Oh, come on.
Shit, not now.
Oh, no.
Anything you say can and will be.
Hey,
You look like you got a problem, man.
Oh, man. Oh, this is so unfortunate. I don't have enough fingers!
Turn around.
Whew. I thought I was about to get in trouble there. Oh, let's go. I really thought I was about to pay for my drug usage, and that you know, I was gonna get in trouble, but hell yeah, we made it.
So, you think the origami killer killed Manfred?
That makes sense. Didn't want him spilling his guts to us.
And you suspect Gordy Kramer, right?
Oh, him or one of his men. Gordy has the time and the means, not to mention the fucked up attitude to go along with it. He's only a suspect, but he's a pretty guilty looking one.
Are these your files on the case?
Yeah, I've been working on him for a couple of years. I built up a mountain of paperwork.
Magazines about origami? You think the killer could have subscribed to one of those?
If he was even remotely interested in origami in the last 30 years, his name may be in there somewhere. The trouble is, there's over 500 names. That gets us squat.
I'm starving. Do you have anything to eat?
Well, I'm no chef, but I should be able to make some scrambled eggs if you like.
Oh, cooking minigame?
Great. I'm soaking wet. I need to warm up a little. Is it okay if I take a shower?
Be my guest. Go in my bedroom. It's the next door. Oh, I'll cook up the eggs while you're under the shower.
Oh my god, cooking minigame, let's go. Okay, so I think it's interesting because the game never really made it explicit that Gordy was a suspect. Obviously that was sort of implied, right? But I think they could have done a better job at showing us why we went to investigate Gordy, his son, Kramer's son, right? I think they could have made that more specific so that it felt more meaningful when we went there to find him. Like, I suspect him because X or Y, right? Give us a little more sense of agency, which we didn't have much at the time. I'm wondering if maybe we're gonna connect the Kramer dudes, like this sort of mafia or whatever, to maybe Paco and the Blue Lagoon, and potentially that's gonna be the spot where everyone is gonna maybe meet, because outside of Madison and Ethan, none of the characters have met each other yet, right? Which I'm assuming they will have to at some point to sort of bring the whole story together. I'm just not sure how it's gonna. I'm just not sure how it's gonna come together, I guess, is my point.
Some nerve, that girl. Some nerve. Poor Manfred. We'd just been toast in the old days. Didn't bring him much luck.
Oh, you can hear the shower. That's pretty cool. Blake.
Strange seeing Carter after all these years. Hasn't changed a bit. Still a twisted fuck. I should prep those scrambled eggs.
Why do you say I should, like you shouldn't?
Days. Looks like someone else's life to me now.
It's funny because the way he said I should prep those eggs sounded like I should, but I'm not going to. I wonder what happens if I actually... I'm not going to do it, but I wonder what happens if I try to go in the room while she's taking a shower. That would be a very David Cage thing Alright, let's... But instead, I would rather make eggs, honestly. See, that's a fridge! Oh my god, he's the first character in any of those games that has a well-furnished fridge. Where I'm like, hell yeah, I could survive a week on this. There's actual food in there. Love that. Well, maybe not a week, but... Yeah, that's true, Azia. We're not having another shower scene. Cooking mini... I cannot believe that's happening. Oh. That's a weird... Oh. Yeah, that's how you make scrambled eggs. Wait! No, you took... Okay, that makes no sense. That's not how I would personally make scrambled eggs, but... Where's the... I don't know, where's the butter? The crème fraîche? The... herbs and salt and all of that. I don't know. What's up, Plushy?
Eggs should be ready by now.
Alright, if you say so. Yeah, no seasoning, nothing. Like, those eggs are bland as fuck. And they look like an omelette. I agree. That's a mark. I mean, did we say we were making scrambled eggs, or did I miss... Did I invent that in my brain? I could have invented that in my brain. Maybe we just said we were making eggs. But I really thought we were making scrambled eggs. There is no like... I'm watching this and I'm like, David Cage has never cooked eggs in his life. Although, you know, I know he's not the one who actually animated the whole thing, right? But I like to blame David for everything. We had a long conversation about responsibility earlier. David Cage is responsible for everything that's in this game. All of it. Oh, boy. Can we give a strike for those eggs? You know what? Yeah, actually, this is a worthy of a strike. Or is it worthy? Oh, is it a you tried, David? It's not social commentary, but he's trying to make a cooking scene in his video game. No, it's a strike. Let's respect the rules, right? Okay, officially, Heavy Rain now has as many strikes as Kudos's. Honestly, I could see myself adding a strike because of the 2 scenes with cartoonish characters, one after the other, which I think is very ridiculous. No, you know what? I think that counts as a Cage moment. Cartoonish evil characters in general count as a Cage moment. I think the Doctor should have been a Cage moment. And I think the combination of the Doctor and Mad Jack, I'm going to take it as a whole. I'm adding one Cage moment for both, right? Cartoonish evil characters. Metal Gear Solid 4 has a scene of someone frying eggs. Those eggs looked good. Man, does anyone, speaking of food that looks good in video games, does anyone remember? Oh yeah, that's true, Stoner, but that was a bit different, but yeah. Because the character himself wasn't like a cartoonish villain, right? The scene itself was a bit camp, right? But, you know, that's okay, I guess. But the characters being like cartoonish evil is what I think especially the Doctor, honestly. But speaking of food that looks good in video games, do you guys remember the food in Final Fantasy 15? Oh my god. I did not like the game very much, but hunting for all the recipes and looking at those recipes and the like how the food was modeled in the game legitimately made me want to make those recipes. Like it made me want to recreate them because it looked so freaking great. I'm sure there has to be someone that made a cookbook out there of all the Final Fantasy 15 recipes, right? It has to exist. What's up, Brian? Eggs going cold? No, it's not. The game's paused. Time is not passing. We're in a suspended state of existence. These eggs are still warm as shit. Don't worry. How are you doing, Ryan? Binging with Babish recreates food from pop culture is good. Yeah, I don't. Okay, I'm not a huge fan of Babish. I don't know if I'm hurting any, you know, feelings by saying that. I'm not a huge fan of Babish. I think there's something about the presentation of his show that I don't like very much. Gets a kudos from you. Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm not, I'm not saying it's terrible content. It's great content, and there's a lot of I've watched a few of his videos for certain recipes, right? I just, yeah, I don't know. There's something about the presentation of his show that I'm not it is never gonna be my favorite, if that makes sense. I haven't watched any of his stuff in a while, but I used to like Joshua Weissman a little bit. But I haven't watched his stuff in like years at this point. So I don't know what he's doing anymore. My wife got me his cookbook for birthday. Which one? He got yoked? As in muscular? Josh, yeah? Alright, bed. See you later, man. Thanks for watching. Appreciate you. We decided to waste an entire cheese wheel and shill NFTs. Oh, I didn't know about that. Yo, Ryan, thanks so much for the Prime Gaming subscription. Appreciate it. Less money for Jeff, more money for me. Thank you so much. Ryan MGS2 Soul, what a name. You will be remembered. Thanks for watching, man. Yeah, I don't know who's my favorite, like, cooking YouTuber. Oh, you know a YouTube show that I really like that's about cooking? Last Meal. Is it what it's called? Last Meal? I think it is. That show is really cool. It's more of an interview show than a cooking show, really, but it's the recipes, like every time like they make the food and everything, it looks really cool. Yeah. Yes, Zia. Tasting History at Max Miller is amazing. I love it. Some of those dishes look fucking great. And the stories are always amazing, of course. What's up, Mopo? Epic meal time. I used to like Bon Appetit, you know, like the test kitchen before, obviously, everything turned to shit. But souped up recipes, Chinese cooking demystified. Yeah, Stoner. Yeah. What was his name? Chris Morocco. That was my favorite as well. dude was very impressive, and it was fun to watch. You still watch Claire's channel? Hmm. After she split from BA, yeah. She's probably doing great content. Yeah. I liked her sort of like recreating popular snacks or whatever, right? At home. That was a cool concept, I think. Yeah, it's really unfortunate that they just fumbled that. Like, they had such a great team of creators and cooks and people in general, right? It was such a great team, and they completely squandered it because they were being like the management was completely degenerate. It's crazy. Oh well. Outdoor survival cooking sometimes too. Mm-hmm. Anyway, let me progress in the scene. Those eggs are gonna eat themselves, and Ryan's is gonna be mad at me for leaving them on the table there. Wow, that angle is crazy. What the fuck is that shot? Okay. Oh.
I took the liberty of borrowing your bathrobe.
Looks better on you.
Hey, that almost looks good enough to eat.
What? No, it doesn't! Lauren! You're lying! It does not look good at all. It's a fucking, like, weird slice of eggs. All this time you could have seen her getting... Why would I do that, though? That's creepy. It almost is pulling a lot of weight in that sentence. That is true, yeah.
What's that?
The notebook I took from Manfred's place. According to this, about 30 clients bought spare parts for Royal machines in the last 10 years. The killer may be one of them.
Oh, you know, checking out the alibi of 30 clients one by one, that's a lot of legwork.
Except that if we cross-check them with the list. The list of subscribers to Origami magazines. You still got that, right?
Yeah, of course. Lauren, wait.
The eggs, Lauren! See, she didn't really like the eggs. She didn't think it was good enough to... She managed to fucking talk her way out of eating those eggs. Lauren is the smartest character in this video game. I'm calling it now. She's the actual smartest character in this game. In fact, she's probably the killer because she's that smart. The way she finessed her way out of eating those eggs. Honestly, I'm impressed. I'm not even mad. Can I eat the eggs myself? Oh, that's a shame. That would have been a funny scene where he like tries to eat the eggs and then he's just like, oh.
If the killer really used a Royal typewriter and if he subscribed to an Origami magazine, his name should be on both lists.
That is true.
Lauren, I mean, that's just an assumption, but yeah, I suppose.
I love...
His name is here somewhere.
Okay.
Help me. We're gonna...
I love the vibe of Shelby right now being like, she's doing my job better than I am. He's just... I think he's just vexed that she's better at this than he is.
Find him.
For some reason, this makes me want to play Alien Noir. God damn it. Oh. Let me guess. Paco?
The only guy whose name is on both lists died when he was 10.
Oh.
What are you gonna do now?
Whoops.
Dig up his coffin, make sure he's dead?
I know it doesn't make any sense. Unless the killer was only using his name.
But why use the name of a kid who died 30 years ago?
Well, that's what we came to find out. The name is John Shepard. It should be on a grave around here somewhere.
You never give up, do you?
Okay, John Shepard. And apparently that's a kid that died when he was 10, 30 years ago. Okay, also. Okay, listen. Hear me out. John Shepard. I refuse to believe that there's not at least 10 people with that name in any American large city, such as this one. John Shepard? Come on. How do we know it's this particular individual? How did we pinpoint that name to a grave and not the other ones that are most likely still alive? I almost wanted to Google it just to see how many, random people are named like that, but I'm half afraid that it's going to bring up a spoiler for the game, so I'm not doing it. But it seems like a pretty typical game, right? Name, right? Or am I just fooling myself? Basically John Smith. Well, yeah. Maybe not quite as frequent, but all right, let's see.
It's cold. It's raining. I'm standing outside getting soaked. Oh, how I love my job.
Hey, you wanted it. Lead.
She's convinced she's onto something. And here's me, thinking we're wasting our friggin' time in this friggin' cemetery.
Lauren.
This girl knows her mind all right. No point in trying to reason with her.
Feeling.
I hate cemeteries. They depress the hell out of me.
Excuse me. I'm looking for the grave of a young boy who died about 30 years ago. His name was John Shepard. You wouldn't know where it is by any chance.
The children's graves are in the next plot.
Thanks.
Where is she? I'm trying to understand where she was. Oh, I'm so confused. Did she ask a random lady that's grieving on a... Okay, that's fucked up.
Gotta hand it to her. That girl is one really determined chick.
Yeah, why would you ask a person that's praying on the grave of someone?
I should be investigating Gordy Kramer right about now. And here I am, standing in a cemetery in pouring rain, looking for the grave of a kid who's been dead for 30 years. The sooner we find that grave, the sooner we can get the hell out of here.
Okay, well. Children plot. Oh. She was there. I'm fairly sure she was looking at... Never mind. Yeah, she is, yeah. Yep. Arthur Hall. Yeah, so many of the thoughts are wildly redundant, and I think it's pretty annoying. Again, like I've said it before and I'll say it again, the game would be better without the thoughts, I think. Jim Williams. Jill Collins. Nicholas Wilson. Am I supposed to... Carolyn Rogers. Oh, boy. Do I really have to check every fucking grave? Oh. What? Did I just get teleported? John Shepherd. 6777. One place says 1,000 John Shepherd in the US. 2,000 in Florida alone. Interesting. Oh, California and other states. Okay, okay, okay. Maybe stoner, yeah.
These flowers are fresh. Looks like someone's still tending the grave.
And that was a fucking origami right next to it.
Origami figures.
That's one hell of a coincidence.
Yeah.
Oh, youngin'. That one I knew well.
You knew John Shepherd?
I've worked this graveyard nearly all my life. I remember what happened. It was in 77. October, I think.
That's random. Okay, that is oh my god. That is prime David Cage right there. This is the equivalent of the professor of Mayan history that came on the television. Right? The random dude that just happens to know exactly what you need to make the plot move forward. Contrived bullshit. I hate it. God, I'm so mad at this. This is a Cage moment. Absolutely. And I'm putting a strike on top of it. Because of the John Shepherd, like suddenly we miraculously find the one grave that just happens to be the right one, even though it's a fucking common name. Come on, David, you're better than well, no, actually you're not, but you should be. Ah, this is so annoying. Anyway. Go. Oh, wait.
Yeah, good for nothing hoodlums. Get the hell out of here.
Oh my god, we're getting a flashback.
Ah, beat it, you lousy no good brats. Come back when your fucking mother comes home from work.
He's drunk again.
We're getting a...
What are we gonna do? It's pouring rain. We're gonna get soaked if we spend a day outside.
Well, at least you won't get beat. Little rain never hurt nobody. Come on, let's go play.
Okay, that's a good one.
Bet you can't catch me!
A line that says a little rain didn't hurt nobody in this game is chef's kiss. That's actually a good line. I'm not mad about this one.
What you doing?
Especially if one of them turns out to be the killer, right? That's actually pretty good. I hope so, Warren. It's actually Fahrenheit again. We're having a flashback with children. Okay, if this leads to finding a weird supernatural thing, I'm gonna be so upset. I'm gonna scream, seriously. If this leads into some fucking supernatural fucking bullshit, I'm gonna scream. I'll mute myself before, just to save your ears. But I'll scream. Believe me. We're finding that chroma source. Oh my god. Maybe, no, what if all the games are connected? Foolish Flames. And it's all a gigantic... Ugh. I don't want to think about it. I refuse to think about it. It's probably gonna be fine, right?
You're coming or not?
Oh, I have thoughts.
John's right. We can't just stand here all day. Might as well go and play.
So John's the other one.
Mom won't be back from work till later. She wouldn't let him treat us like this. Being out in the rain is nothing compared to being in when he's like that.
Okay. Hold on. Because I think I figured it out. Oh my god. If I'm right, David Cage doesn't know how to write a mystery without... He's not subtle enough to pull this. Because if I'm right, I think I just literally figured it out. Listen. I think the kid we're playing right now is the killer. John Shepard was his brother who died when he was 10. So pretty much right now, right? At this age. Here's one thing we know. We have a terrible father. So there's a bit of trauma related to, you know, having a bad father that probably abuses you and everything. It's raining. I think John Shepard's about to drown in front of our eyes. And that combined with probably our dad getting very mad at us, blaming us for it probably, led to whatever type of psychopath this character becomes later. Now, if that's true, it can be Ethan. Because Ethan's too young. And we would know about that, right? Like, I mean, it's something that we would have heard about. But I don't think we've met a character named Shepard yet. So that would mean that the killer is someone we don't know yet. It's not Paco. It's not Gordy. It's probably not Ethan. It's definitely not Madison. If I'm correct, right? I could be completely off there, but interesting. I mean, it does fit the sort of in his 30s to 40s stuff. Well, I mean, we don't know. To be fair, like the Paco stuff, we don't know what maybe Paco is. Paco like short for something, maybe. I mean, Shepard. The Paco doesn't sound very, like. I'm not trying to do racial profiling, but it doesn't sound like someone who would have Shepard as a last name. Paco sounds more like Latino, Mexican, right? Something like that. But who knows? Could be a nickname, right?
Move your ass! I'm waiting!
Yeah, I'll move my ass. So, I really wonder... What do you mean label people like that? I'm not sure what you mean, RGZ. I'm sorry, in this case. So I'm not sure who the again, I'm not sure if my theory is correct, right? But there's a lot of stuff that seems to check out, right? Psychopathic person who kills people? Well, I mean, is that what I said, though? I said if my words are correct, I said that the situation we've been in turned our character, implying if we're the origami killer, into a psychopath. Do you disagree that the origami killer is a psychopath based on what we know about them? Creating a game with trials for a dad to prove that he's good enough to get his kid back? Does that not seem like psychopathic behavior to you? Well, I mean, that's you understand what I mean, though. That's not like I understand what you're trying to say. I think in this case, it's you know. I mean, you shouldn't apologize for bringing it up. I think, you know. I think this is a situation where I think it should, I don't know. I feel comfortable using that terminology when it comes to that specific instance of, you know, in fact, I'm not sure, but I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure the game described it this way. Like the cops were describing him this way when Jaden was presenting his evidence and all of that to the people, right? So, like, I feel like that's not, but I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. But anyway. It is past midnight. So we'll get into that flashback tomorrow. Yes. Why is that's the second time that this happens? The song gets pushed to the end of it. I don't understand how that happens. Anyway. Do this. It probably is, Risa, just like schizophrenia and all of that stuff. I think ultimately my point here is that I'm not, you know, I'm not making any diagnosis. I'm not a doctor. I'm not talking about a real person or whatever. I'm just using a commonly used, you know, term in pop culture to define a character that I feel fits the bill. If I'm wrong, then, you know, if that hurts anyone, I'm sorry for it. It's not meant, and as Archizi mentioned, you know, it's not meant to be insulting. I'm just... It is just a term, I guess. But anyway, all that being said, I will be back tomorrow in about 19 hours, 7 p.m. Central European Time, 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific, for more adventures of Heavy Rain. I'm gonna raid out in a minute. If you don't mind waiting for the raid, I would appreciate it. And that's about it. I don't have anything else to say. Have a wonderful rest of your day, evening, or night. I will see you guys tomorrow. And until then, remember me, and I will remember you.